making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome, everybody, to the IEM Rio 2024 closed qualifier here for North America. We've got a spot in Rio to deal, and we've got some games between now and then to get through. I'm Darth Mike. This is JRT. We'll be bringing you the action this weekend as we figure out who NA's representative will be. John, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm ready for some qualifiers here. And honestly, I think this qualifier is perhaps a little lighter maybe than expected, obviously because there's some teams that couldn't compete here at the same time as they were competing in Challengers. So we don't have the likes of Wildcard and NRG, for example, who I would have loved to see compete here. But we have some interesting names. I think the Fluffy Aimers stand out a little bit to me because they just had a really cool pickup of Marky.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, see who we've got competing here today. I think what you wound up having is because the qualifiers were back-to-back and because the events are back-to-back, you did have teams having to choose between trying to make it to Atlanta or trying to make it here. And I think a lot of those teams looked at a certain name in this qualifier, top of the board there, Team Liquid, and said, you know what, we'll try the other one. We will try the other one. So the reality, though, is it presents an opportunity. And so you've got squads like Fluffy Aimers, you've got Lag, you have Legacy, the Brazilian team, of course. This one's going to matter a ton to them. And who's to say that online, back in NA, there can't be some upsets. Liquid certainly found out at the beginning of the year with their previous roster that is always a risk.
Yeah, no, definitely. There were a lot of issues at the beginning with the previous roster with Liquid, but the changes they've made have been phenomenal. I mean, they look like a different squad entirely, and I think that's fantastic. Twists, IGLing, it's working out so very well. It feels like Liquid are a more structured team now, which is fantastic. We were talking about it at the beginning when Katie joined this roster. We were thinking, oh my goodness, like this is amazing. I can't believe we got him here in NA, and then not so good at all. And it's a lot of things we heard behind the scenes that just weren't working out for him. And I mean, clearly there was something wrong because we're looking at it now and everything's looking rosy.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, things have been looking phenomenal for this new roster. It's still very early days, but they were so close to making the arena in Cologne. Just the most heartbreaking comeback from FaZe. Classic FaZe, quintessential FaZe, but did feel like Liquid were robbed of the dream debut at IEM Cologne. But everything is looking good for this roster. And I think that, you know, based on the way things have gelling, based on how good the early returns on Twist IGLing, on a renewed Yekindar, and on Ultimate and JKS's additions into this team, this is clearly the team to beat in this qualifier, and it's going to be a damn hard team to take down.
No, definitely. And I think it's, well, at least another test for the Fluffy Aimers because they were they were definitely heartbroken that they couldn't qualify to the RMR in the Americas. They were limited at the very end by Legacy, of course, which maybe if things go well for them, they'll get a chance at rematching them. I imagine Legacy is going to come out on top and get that win against Lag. That's just my personal prediction there. So I think Fluffy Aimers have to find a way to beat Liquid. And like you said, a good test for the Fluffy Aimers, who do have a couple of new additions or re-additions in the case of News, who was re-added to the roster after Bezimek was dropped. And then you have Marky also being picked up. And Marky's a great piece, honestly, because I feel like he was part of that surge by Extra Salt into Complexity, of course, and didn't end up getting picked up, which was kind of disappointing. And then afterwards on Nouns, he did the same thing, kind of like build the foundation for that team. And then he was gone into the wind. He just disappears for a little while, doesn't Marky? And then he comes back and when you least expect it.
I mean, he's an intensely talented individual, right? We've known that for a long time about Marky. He's one of the. It's interesting because there's a nice comparison, I think, between him and actually Nafa on the other side in terms of he's a player who's maybe not as loud and flashy as some of the star players you expect, but he's this presence. He's very elusive. He's very tough to pin down. He's incredibly difficult to kill on sites, and it makes him a bit of a nightmare to deal with sometimes for teams. So I think, that firepower upgrade is going to be an interesting one. The name I'm really curious about is Slump, because I've been seeing the Slump juice. I've been seeing, a little bit of Slump noise. I've been seeing the stats. I've been seeing the name bandied around, and he's a young 18-year-old kid freshly on this team. And really showing some good results here. So if this is the next prospect coming out of NA, we've started to get this really good crop of young gamers in NA. When you're looking at Slump, when you're looking at JBA, when you're looking at names like that. And so if Slump's the next one, that's super exciting, man.
No, yeah, I agree. And I think that whole roster he came from, the Final Form roster, actually is solid as a whole. They ended up replacing him, and they're still doing well in advance, but he was one of their star players. And it was good on the Fluffy Aimers to spot him out and say, hey, we need to get this guy on our roster. And he has looked absolutely incredible for them. And I agree with you, Mike. There's a lot of up-and-coming talent. You highlight JBA, and I think that's another big reason why Wildcard were able to qualify for ESL Challenger Atlanta. And I have high hopes for them there. But, I mean, just refocusing here, definitely Slump is an opera that can do a lot of damage here. And you're right, we kind of need that fresh blood, especially in terms of operas here in NA, because it's been a little rough lately.
Yeah, golly, we need oppers. I've been watching the EU quals, and it just feels like they churn out star oppers like they're growing in the garden. So if we could plant some of those seeds here, that would be ideal. Let's talk about the maps we've got going here, John, because we do have 3 maps to play. It's Ancient to start things off. That's Fluffy Aimers' pick. And that one's an interesting one to me. I know Liquid don't necessarily have the sample size on Ancient right now, but this has been a good map for them. And even with the old roster, this was one of the few maps that was consistently working well for them. So that's I'd say that's a bold pick, I'd say, from Fluffy Aimers.
I think it just comes down to, Mike, like, they're playing against Liquid. Their best, Fluffy Aimers' best map is Ancient. They're just thinking, guys, we're going to go up against a tough Liquid, regardless of the map we go on. Let's just pick into what we're best at, and hopefully we find some success. I think it's the tale as old as time in that one. And then you know that the next one is going to be tough no matter what if you're Fluffy Aimers, and it, of course, will be in Mirage, which I think is a bit of a punish pick coming from Liquid, because they haven't necessarily had the success here. But let's keep in mind, the teams they're playing have been at a much higher level on this map than the Fluffy Aimers. So in my mind, I think that Liquid's thinking, okay, well, we're going to outclass them in terms of firepower. So let's try to defeat them on a map that firepower matters most.
I think there's also some context that needs to go into the previous Mirage games from Liquid, which you had the Na'Vi game that was one of their very earliest games against the world #1. They got stuffed. You beat Furia, great. Tight affair against FaZe the first time around. Nightmare heartbreaker from what, an 11-1 half?
Dude,
a 12-3 line into overtime. So, look, those shouldn't be replicable in this circumstance. It is a very good Mirage from Liquid. They had a mental collapse against FaZe. They're not the first team to do it. They won't be the last. But the complete picture on Mirage is plenty good. And I'm sure they're working on improving that as well. So let's see what's going to happen. We'll start here on Ancient. I think, as always, when we talk about a very substantial underdog, the first thing the Fluffy Aimers have to do is show us that they can hang. And hello, CS2 equal poop. Who is CS2 equal poop?
Where are you seeing this?
He's hovering over his head. Hold on. Can we go back and observe in T-Spawn? Whose name is that? Come on now. Show us CS2 equals poop. It's Marky.
Is it really?
I think so. We need to wait. If we can see from Slump's perspective, I think they've now fixed it. Whatever bug you're showing, but I'm pretty sure it's either Jason or Marky, and I think it was Marky. Little propaganda here.
Look, I mean, there's been complaints, a lot of complaints, and I do have some myself for CS2, but overall, if you look at what CS2 has added in terms of the smokes, in terms of the lighting, the shadows, all those cool additions that make the game that little bit different, I think it's worth it in the long run. Yes, we're going to have some hiccups in the short term, but long run, I still love Counter-Strike, and I think it's a big improvement.
I think as a spectator game, it's so much better.
Yes.
But I think as an individual playing, the complaints are still very valid. Naps doesn't have any complaints. He's just living. He's just loving. He's laughing. He's taking it all the way to the bank, and Ultimate will follow up for 3. Let's talk about Ultimate, because Holy cow zone. You
Yes.
talk about, needing offers in NA. They went and pulled this guy out of tier 2, tier 3 Polish CS, and he turned out to just be an absolute stud against the best in the world.
Yeah, I'm blown away as well because like I hadn't really heard of him. He was on Illuminar. Obviously, there's been some games that we talked about probably or saw him play on, but it wasn't anything like, okay, let's bring this guy to tier 1, and he's impressed joining up with Team Liquid. I think it was with Nom Esports before. They don't even have a Liquipedia page, so you guys know, like that's how unknown I would say Ultimate was. But man, he's really impressed so far here. Ultimate. Speaking of which, there's a 4K. It's the ace. No, robbed of the ace, but it will be Kendar to get the last one.
It's actually, ironically, almost a blessing for him because now he can get the op right off rip.
That is true. Yeah.
Doesn't have to worry about wasting the money of that SMG. 4 kills on the SMG more than justify this purchase. And so now the AWP comes into the first gun round with, admittedly, still 3 MP9s.
Yeah, and you're looking at his sniper stats, Mike, to talk about it a little bit more, right? He's got 0.35 op frags per round, or sniper frags, I should say, per round, and also 92 rating on HLTV in terms of his sniping prowess. So he's been very good. And that's just since he joined Liquid.
Yeah. It's bonkers. And you consider the fact that those maps, it's the biggest step up in competition in terms of who he was playing, 3 months ago versus who he's playing now. Actually mind-blowing. Seeing his interviews, hearing them talk about him as well, just seems to have his head screwed on. Twist has deleted news. Started out strong here. There is no presence on A. This is a bomb plant. This is a bomb plant here, John. And they've just gotten a kill on towards B, which will hamper the rotation, slow it down. This is trouble. The smoke's going to tip them off, but not going to be able to get around in time to do anything about this. Provided they don't hesitate, this is now prime position for the Fluffy Aimers. And even better now that Slump's cleaned out the cave.
Wow. All right. Twist and JKS, the last two standing here, just going to try and save the guns, you'd imagine. Marky walks into the crosshair of Twist, who might get a second here. Yeah, okay. Do they justify going for it? I mean, the kid is there, and you see JKS coming in from the flank, so potentially something here.
They're going to give it a look. I mean, this is close enough to the bonus round as well that even if you can keep these guns from getting around, it's not bad. Time's gone. Looking for one more exit. Not going to find it, but Jason will die to the C4. There ain't no escape of that. You can run, but the Ancient Bomb does not forgive.
Yeah, this is something I've noticed in the current meta of Ancient, Mike. Map after map, no matter the teams that are playing on the server, A site is left a little light and oftentimes extremely open because of how much pressure teams like to apply towards mid. They like to send early pressure, in particular, 3 players charging down mid, getting that control, and a couple players towards that B ramp, because you can't underestimate the power of the T side in terms of those quick rushes. So in order to shut that down, you leave the gap at A, and that time, in fact, it wasn't even really the early round. Liquid never really got back into A. And you see it again here. Look, 3 players down mid, 2 on B, no one on A.
I think the reality is that once you have that mid control, that fast rotation through Donut is very effective. And of course, a retake on A is an appetizing prospect because it's such a tough site to defend. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And it seems like Fluffy Aimers have identified that as a potential inroad early on here. This time there will be a lot of resistance in Donut. But do they have a smoke for it? They do indeed. They do indeed. Ultimate wants to be ahead of it. He is ahead of it. Spots that no one's out just yet. There comes the play. Marky's just been left on tree and they're leaving.
Oh, really?
They're backing off, but Ultimate knows this. He's followed it right up, but Marky's there waiting. The wily Marky, always prepared. And with the presence from News on the other side of the map, they can really pick. Where do you want to go? They don't have control of either one. They have a lot of options to get it.
Yeah, you have those, like you said, a couple of players now leaning towards B. I would expect Fluffy Aimers want to poke out here, and they absolutely will. Slump going to have a look. And Fluffy Aimers aren't necessarily fully committed into A, but the time is the factor here. 33 seconds left on the clock, and I feel like a rotation to B just isn't going to happen. They're going to fake B and try to draw the rotations from Liquid, but the actual hit is coming A.
Liquid have read this. Well, it's either a situation where they've read it or they just decided to gamble and save if it doesn't work out. But this could be a real problem on the clock. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. First one found. Second one drops. That's the bomb. If Jason goes down, this round is lost. If he goes down, this round is done just to the clock.
Oh.
There's no chance. There's no chance. They'll do them the mercy of the kills. A beautiful 3-piece coming out from Twist, but the fluffy aimers have completely mishandled this. This should have been free and clear. Their players find all the space towards B. If they had enough time to rotate over, Liquid almost certainly would have gone to the save. Instead, it's a disaster.
And those are the type of rounds, if you're fluffy aimers, you can't be losing because you're not going to have advantages against Liquid very often. And in that one, it felt like they should have been able to close it out. Just Twists doing a lot of strong work. Unfortunately for the fluffy aimers, they didn't set themselves up for success in that situation because they were down to only 15 seconds on the clock, even though they had a ton of time to set up the execute. Anyway, they're going to come back in with pistols here. It is an eco round. Twists spamming through the smoke. He's got one up close, JKS, who could do a ton of damage. There's one, and actually not the second. It's Twist to get that, and it's all Liquid here as only News is left standing.
To the surprise of no one, News is not having a fun time with this, with just the P250. It's not going to happen. This goose egg will not be cracked just yet. And Liquid now with the bank back full. Feeling good. Probably not going towards the op just yet. They're going to have a lot to cook with. Early results. Twist 7-1. Ultimate 7-3. 3 players above 180R, I believe, with Nap joining them. That's, it's about what we expected. It's what we said. Fluffy aimers still have to show us that they can hang. That's a good way to do it. News cracking that goose egg on the head of Twists. That's a kill you'd love to get. JKS with the smoke pop and the kill to follow it up. Savvy maneuver. Problem is they've left B completely vacant, and Fluffy aimers have found the vulnerability. This gamble is going to be punished. Do Liquid have an appetite for this retake? And where 2 players are, the planter as well. Marky on the angle, flash bang to force him off. Effectively. Second flash, good. Spam better. You got ultimate, you got one. And now his teammates getting activated from B main. Ultimate may not need them, it all falls to slump. The new guy, oh, looking the wrong way, caught with his pants down, and it's ultimate instead to add his 10th kill of the game and get the defuse going.
That is unbelievable. 10 kills already, only 6 rounds in. And it is all Liquid here. Even though the Fluffy aimers are finding the gaps in the defense here, and they're getting some opportunities at an advantage, they're unable to close out in that post plant, which is obviously a little disappointing. But again, you have to realize that this is Team Liquid, that is tier 1 caliber, top 8 in the top 10 in the world, number 8 right now on HLTV, and Fluffy aimers on the other side who are not, who are, you know, top 50. Although a couple of new pieces, like I said, that make it more exciting, Marquee and, well, News being re-added to the roster, I think that will help them improve, but they're still on the up and coming in terms of that improvement, not necessarily at the point where Liquid are, and you're seeing that time and again here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Fluffy aimers are hoping to get into the conversation with teams like Nouns and NRG
exactly.
and M80 and Wildcard. The conversation with Liquid is maybe a few arguments beyond them, but this is a very good case for it. Ultimate on the site, Ultimate again, being that guy! Oh, making it possible for his team. JKS on the angle, will deny the bomb cross. It falls to a 1v1. Twists and Jason. Jason, a 3-piece to his name. He could seal the deal on a massive pistol round victory. This would propel them back into the game in a huge way. Does he hold his nerve?
Oh, no.
Twist spots a gun barrel. Twist spots a gun barrel. It's an assassination. There's no chance, no hope. Oh, you got to get up pretty early in the morning to catch Twist off in a 1v1.
Nah, man, I think actually taking that fight would have been the better choice. And Twist, because when you tuck into that corner, your rifle, the barrel rifle is showing. Unfortunately, it gives you a huge disadvantage if that corner is cleared. And Twist, like you said, he's going to check that every day of the week. Liquid already up to 6 here. The Fluffy aimers have the full loss bonus, so they will be able to buy up here with 4 AKs and the AWP coming through. They need to start winning duels more consistently. That said, like you mentioned at the beginning of that previous round, they were able to get a couple of nice ones. Just Ultimate, again, has been that barrier in their way round after round, up to 13 frags. Ekandar is getting really aggressive here, and it It doesn't work. Marky finds the opener.
Molotov forces Ultimate off the angle. Couple kills. Man advantage available to the aimers, but the problem is they don't have the bomb. Okay, now it's Twist in the clutch. Does he realize? Yes, he does. C4 is right at his feet. This is going to get weird. 1v3. How do you approach this?
I think he's going to rotate around. You can already see him doing it, right? Because just staying on that bomb, you're going to get traded almost every single time. So he decides to go for that rotation back into the A site. And I think it's the right play because it burns a lot of time off the clock with Fluffy Aimers clearing out a lot of corners here.
And they're, of course, not going to know if he's withdrawn towards spawn. They're not going to know exactly which direction he's gone. So there is a lot to be done here. The man who Ocean discovered. Mr. Russell Van Dolken trying to make a massive play here.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while, Mike. Ocean.
Have you watched the Twist doc?
No, I didn't.
It's phenomenal. And Ocean features in it, which was... I remember I saw that he's from Kelowna, and as soon as I saw that, I thought, hold on, we're going to make the play. He's going to make the play. Trying to deny the bomb. He slipped out one, but the trade is there. Slump quick on the trigger, and that is finally Fluffy Aimers finding their second round on the board. But anyway, he's from Kelowna, which is where Ocean's from. As soon as I saw that he was from Kelowna, I said out loud to myself, I wonder if they'll have Ocean on here. And then Ocean popped in the next frame.
Oh, man. Ocean is missed in CS.
Is the ODig's presence, you know?
Yeah.
Talk about cultural impact.
Oh, yeah.
You have it as strong as Ocean.
This is going to be a tough round
Marky
here for Liquid. Yeah.
making an impact in this round. He is looking for more. Twisted out of the play early on. That's a heavy hitter for Liquid, and things are looking up for the aimers. They pick the right side as well. It's just Yekindar who can do anything about this B take if they do go through with it. Problem is there might be a pinch on to Brett. He's a little bit stuck. Here's the player jumping around red, and that's keep him on scene. Turn around, Brett. Turn around. Which way you looking?
Oh.
Not prepared for JKS, and now Snow found another. So despite the fact that this should be a bomb plant, the advantage is long since gone. All right, Ultimate. That might have been a little too much mustard on this particular dog. We're into the post here, John.
Oh, JKS gets the headshot onto Slump. Nope, no frag though, and now it's a 1v3 NAF. MP9 doesn't look likely here that this is going to happen, and he's already fading off, realizing the situation. So, the Fluffy Aimers, I was worried for a moment, Mike, because it felt like they weren't going to be able to take down Liquid on what is technically a lighter buy for them coming through into this round, but they did recover and find themselves a third. So at the very least, they're staying in this one, and a lot of it is thanks to Marky. And I think that, as I mentioned before, that is a big firepower upgrade for the Fluffy Aimers that they desperately needed. They were getting outdone in that category every single BO3, regardless of their opponent. So they needed something, and Marky is already delivering in his short time here with the roster.
What do we got here? We got the one AK in the hands of NAF. We've got a single CZ. D57. We've got like the pistol plethora. The sample pack. NAF with the rifle gone immediately. CZ gets one. But now it's time for the 5.7 to show up. This is great damage out of that pistol. Handy demonstration for why you should buy the 5.7 over the CZ. Comes down to Ultimate in the clutch. But don't tell him he can't do it. He's edging the smoke. Oh, steps a foot in the flames, and now the nades are all over. Even collects one more, so great damage. But no round to be had, and at this point, Fluffy Aimers will pay any price necessary to put some numbers on the board.
Yeah, that's a wild shot to hit, considering the pressure that was being applied to him. Fluffy Aimers, I think, a little bit fortunate to come out with that round because it wasn't favoring them very well. And I'm kind of torn, Mike, with the CZ. I've seen some nice clips, honestly, lately. A little nice taps that are coming through. I think I saw a 4K on Twitter the other day. That was pretty impressive. I can't remember at what level, but either way, it's something that cannot be understated. But I do agree, 20 rounds in that 5.7 and a close range instant headshot. I think it's a little more potent than the CZ at this point. Yekindar is going to get sniped by Slump, so that's a 5v4 already for the Fluffy Aimers. Naf up close, needs to do something. He will absolutely deliver at least one, but not a second. Slump doing work.
Here we go. This is what we wanted, the Slump effect. Still got to deal with the movement on the other side. Marky goes to clear that out. What a shot from Marky. Loving a bit of the Peeker's advantage on that one. Great crosshair placement as well. It's a save for Liquid. It's a save for Liquid. Fluffy Aimers have fulfilled our first condition for them. They have forced Liquid to respect it. And now at this point, I mean, they can get out of this half with a tied scoreline. This is looking dang good.
Yeah, no, I mean, the pieces that had to activate are doing exactly that. We already highlighted them, Slump and Marky. Those are the two players that have been really solid for the Fluffy Aimers as of late, and they're at the top of the scoreboard. Even Jason's activated pretty well. He is, I would say, the third firepower piece, so all the players are playing their role quite well for the Fluffy Aimers as they get to a 5th round here. We go up to, I mean, the final round of this first one. I honestly felt that Liquid were going to take control a little earlier on, but I agree. I think they were trying to get into the faces of the Fluffy Aimers. You saw a couple of ill-advised pushes coming through on their CT side that Fluffy Aimers managed to punish, and that's what you got to do. Now what happens here on this timeout? They got to talk things over and readjust.
Where are we going to go with it? The Windows aggression got them some stuff early on, but not so much of late. They struggled to get Yekindar activated, which is usually a sign that you might be starting the round 5v4. One final round of this half before the switch will come in. Mid contention here. Jason looking for a can't find. Twist instead dominates that angle. They want to take the space towards B, though. That's the adjustment. They got it outside of B main. It's mostly a fake being thrown from Brett right now. He's throwing the util. He's holding 3 players on this side of the map, but I think they're quickly realizing there might not be a whole lot behind this. There's the spot. Brett gets his first kill. Slump activates onto Naf. You still got Yeki in the cave. They have to contend with Brett before they can begin this rotation. They don't know about the bomb yet. Now they know. They got a player in the flank. They got a player behind. Ultimate will eventually find him, but he stalled out so much time. So the numbers work in their favor with the kill in the cave. Now Marky and Slump trying to hold the line, trying to time this up. Marky waiting with Molotov in hand. That'll stall them further. There's a kid. It's on Ultimate. Keep an eye on Ultimate's position. If he goes down, that could be the round. Certainly will be now. They gotta move. They gotta move. They gotta get on this bomb. There is no time to spare. And with that kill from the ramp, this one should be all but over. Indeed, it is. We're all knotted up to go to the break. back in the second half, and I don't think this is what Liquid were expecting. Holy cow, the Fluffy Aimers came storming back into that game. It was looking like they might be down and out, but no. They had some serious fight to them, John.
No, absolutely. And I mean, if you would have looked at the Fluffy Aimers a month ago, then I would have said this is a huge surprise to see this type of scoreline, because Liquid should not have been losing to the other roster. But this one, I already mentioned it, Marky is an upgrade that can have a huge difference on the team. It creates a foundation that is lacking a lot of the time, especially it was for the Fluffy Aimers. So I'm excited to see what Fluffy Aimers can do here in the second half. But obviously, Liquid are like, okay, this is not going to be a walk in the park. We have to start taking our game up a little bit.
Slump. Play off of Brett here. Out by the big box he goes. Activation, deletion. All right, Nap not missing. And now they're forced out of the site. Bomb plan all but guaranteed. Barring some really timely spam. With the clock now ticking away, the lack of a kit may come to cost them. See if Fluffy Aimers can get back into this one. It's a really tough spot to get out of. For one there. News,
okay,
making some noise. Hold on. This is still on. Double donut play. Landed for them. But News trying to bait the response. Do they check him? Yes, they do. An ultimate will give the best check possible, a headshot.
That's actually like a ridiculous shot from Ultimate, just coming around that corner. 6 HP has to be perfect, and the crosshair placement is exactly that, to nail the shot. And Liquid win the pistol round, so they have the lead back in their hands. And on the Fluffy Aimer side, they are not going to be forcing up here. They're just going to go for the eco, maybe some nades spot up. So you see the 2 nades on Brett and Marky, probably indicating that they're going to try and push down mid, toss those nades in towards elbow. We'll see. Could be a B play too. And looks like, no, yeah, there's those nades into elbow, and a frag off it, maybe a second as well. No, JKS stands tall up against those pistols, gets himself a 3-piece, and it's a 4v2 in favor of Liquid.
Looking like it's going to be another good start to the half. And considering how that last one ended, they might need it on Liquid, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was 5 rounds in a row from Fluffy Aimers to close the first. Can't be doing that again. Ankle spotted. Ankle spotted. Hot on the trail is Slump. Like it's the 18th century and he's seen that hint of an ankle. Oh, and he's got the headshot as well. Just a Mac 10 to gain, so not a lot for your efforts. And a quick cleanup from Ultimate as well. Can Jason do the same? Oh, this is interesting, actually. They're coming his way. 50 seconds. They don't know he's here. They don't know he's here. They don't know he's here. Nap's gotten past. This is getting weird. Oh, he's going to get one. Massive result already. Now they have to contend with him to get the bomb. He doesn't have armor. Sustained fight, not ideal. The gun can be retrieved, but at least the Fluffy Aimers make it expensive.
Yeah, that was a nice play from Jason. I think best outcome he could have hoped for given the circumstances. No armor, has the Mac 10 in his hands, hides behind the smoke, waits for the bomb to be planted, and then strikes. But it's just the lack of armor, like you said, doesn't afford him the opportunity to be in extended engagement. So it needs to be a quick headshot or a quick series of shots to the head with that Mac 10, and it does not happen. But at least the Fluffy Aimers, like you said, made it expensive for Liquid. We're going to come in here with 4 Galils and the Mac 10. But it's not great. So, and Fluffy Aimers on the other side, they have the 3 M4s, the FAMAS, and the off. Marky, he wants to get aggressive. It looks like it anyway. Outside of Jaguar. He's going to throw a smoke. Slump actually gets the opener here onto Naf, and Brett spamming through the smoke. Doesn't connect on the body. I don't know if he got information there, but he is going to fall back.
Now Liquid hanging back massively. Treating this with some serious respect. In the 4-on-5. Looks like they're going to group and go for the B take. That's the reinforced site for Fluffy Aimers, so kind of the ideal result as far as they're concerned. News jiggling. We'll get the smoke down as soon as he spots presence. There's enough flashbangs that they might just chain these and go straight through the smoke. And, oh, Brett's rotating off at just the wrong moment. Are they going to go through? Here it is. Chain flashes. Good entry. Looking for the cave player as well. And now they're starting to gain this space. And Marky overcommitting into that fight, giving up his life. This is now a nightmare scenario for his team to get back through.
And they had the opening frag too. Oh no, through the smoke as well. Yekindar is going to get Brett, and now they're falling back completely, trying to save these guns. That op is too important for Slump to try and go for an attempted retake there. He's already back towards the A site, and you see Jason into T spawn. This is just so unfortunate for the Fluffy Aimers, especially considering that they got that opener on the defensive side. But afterwards, Liquid, like you said, just chaining flashes into that B site. It works perfectly because News is isolated and alone because Brett rotated off. And by the time the bodies come back for the Fluffy Aimers, it is all too little too late. So, pretty strong start for Liquid here in this second half. Already making the first look like a distant memory.
Well, maybe. Maybe. This is how the first started as well. I'm just saying. I think Liquid's going to have some PTSD about potential comebacks for a while. And they should. They should.
Yes, yes.
Sometimes the best lessons are the scars we bear. And they better have learned that lesson well.
Well, taking their time now. Not underestimating these Fluffy Aimers in this half of action. You do see Naf already pushed out into that cubby right outside of B. I should say right outside of the B double doors. News is waiting here for contact. I think he was thinking about throwing the smoke. Now he's just going to stick to the MP9 and push down the ramp. Does he have support here? A flashbang perhaps from Markey? I don't think so. I think News is just trying to go for first contact and hope for a frag here. Catch him off guard in a bit of an off angle. He was spotted and Twist going to get two. Markey tried to support News, but it doesn't work out at all. 5v3.
Yeah, Slump's going to stick around, see if he can't get something, but this might be a situation already pulled the plug. That op's so valuable. That op is so valuable. Time to get out of there. The young gun backing away. And they are going to concede double digits on to Liquid. So now it's just a stone's throw away from snatching your opponent's map pick, from moving on to Mirage. Curious what the appetite is for the hunt. They've got some money to spare. They're confident a retake's not coming based on how much control they have on the map. So now they're going to start to try and tighten the pressure on these players. Ooh. Op down. That's the big piece. That's the king piece. You can see Brett's immediately trying to fight back in to retrieve it. Needs his kill to do so, and it's not going to happen. It'll just be the one. A1S to survive. JKS goes, but it's well worth the price.
Yeah, no, that was a nice job from Liquid. I mean, yes, they lost some bodies, like you said. Always worth it, given the amount of money that they had in their accounts, and of course how punishing it'll be for the Fluffy Aimers, who can still afford those guns into this one. It's going to be 4 M4s and the op, but their money is in a much more dire spot than it would have been if they could carry those guns forward. Anyway, 10-6 for Liquid. There's that mid-control attempted. What a flashbang thrown by Ultimate. JKS gets 2 off of it. Brett and Jason gone. 5v3, that's mid-control gained. Oh my goodness, this could not have started worse for the Fluffy Aimers. News going to try and bring it back a little bit, but he's obviously burning away in this Molotov. Oh, JKS doesn't realize how far forward he's gone, and it's going to be a freebie for News.
Looks a little silly.
Yeah.
I think, so he was hearing the Molotov tick, right? And you're wondering, well, why didn't he know there was a player? He thought he was backing out to that Molotov, presumably. So a little confident in that read, perhaps. Didn't realize there was still a friend to contend with. Yakindar not quite on the money with that fight. And now Markey could actually hold on to this, but look at the positioning for Twist. He's all the way through A. So they will spend the time. They will go for the rotate. The spot in towards mid. Gonna have to get a little more active on NAF just to make sure there's not a looming threat in Donut or CT. But it seems like Liquid are going to be confident to risk this. Here's the check. No one's seen so far. NAF talks. Oh, he's been spotted. He's been spotted. Turns, but Markey's got that kill. Bomb still should be planted here. Should be the operative word. you got, Marky? Little jiggle. Good flash. Turned. Ultimate fighting into this. And that's a nice bit of play.
Oh, Nu's going to come back and get Twist, though. Ultimate in the 1v2. He's been good for it in the past, but not this time. Slump, the op frag, and the Fluffy Aimers are finally on the board here in the second half.
I kind of love these head-to-heads between Slump and Ultimate.
Yep.
Because it does feel a little bit like the contrast between a homegrown NA Opera coming out of nowhere and the imported Wonder Kid. Exciting prospect, man. Slump doing this against Liquid is massively encouraging as well. It's not just him. The team as a whole is playing very well in these moments, but I think the numbers are encouraging, aren't they?
No question. Absolutely. I think initially, back in July, it wasn't that long ago, is when Slump was brought on to this Fluffy Aimers roster to replace Pendulum, who I think is still a free agent. And then Bezimek was brought on to replace News, which ended up going in reverse afterwards as News is now back here. But that was one of their best pickups out of nowhere. I mean, you can look at Marky and say, yes, he's also a good pickup, but we know the value of Marky being brought on a roster. Slump wasn't unknown, so that's just a good piece of scouting coming through. And we're seeing it, like you said, against a team like Liquid. You don't necessarily expect these type of results from Slump, but he is at least delivering in that category.
It's just wild to me. I need a article profile on Slump. I want to understand where this dude came from. Because his first HLTV listed game is in April of this year. And he is looking like a serious talent. Be an awesome thing for the scene as a whole. Opping talent has often been a problem for North American teams.
Bit of a gap.
So if he keeps showing these numbers, he's gonna have a lot of interested suitors.
All right, well, round 18 and already first frag going the way of the Fluffy Aimers. Liquid obviously a little bit hesitant to go for this hit towards this B site, but now they're going to try and commit. Two players in cave, and Marky gets the opener again. Man, he's been so good in this position. JKS going to try and toss the nade in. They're trying to get both, and they do. JKS delivering at least the couple, and Twist is going to get the follow-up. It's still going to be close, though. 2v2, 42 seconds left on the clock, and Liquid have to go and retrieve that bomb.
It's a Canadian combo now. Twist and Naf. The problem is that Twist had to pull off of that window angle to retrieve this C4. And
Oh
Slump ain't missing. Slump ain't missing. Naf is no slouch with the big green either. But it's just not going to matter. The peak right back in. No hesitation, no missed shots, no wasted economy of movement. And the Fluffy Aimers are now in the thick of things. It's going to be an eco required of Liquid, presumably. And we might just have a tied game before you know it.
Oh my goodness. This is fun. Fluffy Aimers impressing. I honestly, Mike, looking at this one coming into it, and we talked about it a lot, I was thinking, okay, Liquid should have kind of a walk through this qualifier and make it all the way to IEM Rio, but not to be, at least not in map 1 here against the Fluffy Aimers who've gotten those 8. And like we talked about before, this is the best map for the Fluffy Aimers. Oh, Marky's going to have an opening fight 1 here against Yakindar. So we have 5v4. It is their best map, so we do expect to be the most competitive here. And Liquid, I think they just want a bomb plant out of this, and they might get it.
Might do. Presence in cave might preclude that. Shadow spotted. Reminder of a shot from JKS. Here's a follow-up. Hold on. Hold on. There is danger in this round now. Bomb's ticking away. Couple quick kills and a rifle in the hands of Twists. He's got the armor behind it as well. JKS, can you get anything here? No. No. Slump quick on that trigger, and so is Brett. So, a bomb plant, bit of damage, a better buy in the next. But a round win, it is not.
Round number 20. Here come the guns again for Liquid. One thing we haven't really seen here on this T side is a quick hit towards either bomb site to really try and challenge the Fluffy Aimers. I think it might be because of how well Fluffy Aimers dealt with the aggression on the CT side when they were up against Liquid. I should say when Liquid was on their CT side and they were trying to go for those pushes. So we'll see. digging into their strat book a little bit. 2 players sent towards the B site, a couple leaning into A main, I want to say, and the bomb carrier is just lining up util. That's ultimate, I imagine anyway. There it is. Yep, that smoke's going to get thrown. That is for Donut. One for mid control here, pinching from both sides by Liquid.
And they got it. Brett deleted. The tough spot to play, and he has suffered the effects of it. Marky finally out. Yekindar feels like he's rarely been able to get the edge on his counterpart in Cave, and this time, now it's Fluffy Aimers in a really bad spot. Still slumped, going back into the action. Next, ultimate taken out of play. News lost. There's the trade as well. Well, Slump knew he had to do something to make this a possibility. It's not going to happen. The chase down to the bomb leads Jason straight into the crosshair of Twists.
That was very well executed by Liquid, honestly. I mean, they were waiting for the right time to pop those smokes. The one in Donut thrown all the way from T-spawn by Ultimate, and then they had that mid control as well by the smoke in Red Room. They had Slump at the end, the tail end of it, trying to do something, and he hit a ridiculous shot again. He's got 21, which is crazy. No one else really close to him. Maybe Mark at 14, but that's 7 frags away. And then afterwards, though, Liquid just taking control, and you're seeing them flex their muscles now. Need to do so to get past the finish line against a Fluffy Aimer squad that's been much more resilient than I think anyone expected coming into this map.
Most decidedly. Most decidedly. Not going to be taking anything lightly here. That op in the hands of Slump is just... It's gotta leave you prepared. And they may not be expecting it either. Jason gets 1 off the 5-7. It's Twists as well, who's been the heavy hitter here. Up through mid, he's found consistent damage. Marty's going to come looking. And Ultimate's patient on the swing back. It's only Brett on this side of the map. Brett's come alive a little bit in the second half, but it's still been a tough one for him. Jindar. Oh, stacks up with JKS, and both go down to that MP9 tight corners. Close range, that's not what you were hoping for if you're Liquid. It's falling apart. It's all just on an F. It's all just on an F. How has it gone so wrong, John?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the impact frags that count here, right? For Brett, and those two could not be more impactful at this moment of the match. I don't understand how they come out there. I guess the timing is just a little bit off, maybe the spacing as well, because you shouldn't be lined up for an MP9 in that position. You should have a little bit more of a gap between the two players so a trade can come through. But, I mean, there was very little the player behind the one taking that opening fight could even see. So, yeah, well done from Brett, holding the line. And Naf is going to just save the AK. Liquid, even though things looked fantastic for them, given the firepower, given the circumstances, they still found a way to lose that round.
Counter-terrorists
win. Ooh, okay. Well, Liquid going to be buying into this one. 2 AKs, 3 make it, and a couple of MAC-10s. Util's very strong as well. So managing their economy pretty decently here. As a timeout's going to be called by the Fluffy Aimers, in fact, to talk things over. They know what's on the line here. Their money's still pretty good as well. So even if they lose this round and they're going to have to win 2 in a row to force it to overtime, they won't be in a dire spot, but they're thinking about even better. Obviously, they want to take this one and make it a full 30. Full 24. Sorry. I got lost there in the sauce.
Whatever the number is going to be. We get it, John.
Mike.
Yearning for the old days. You saw Marky's name.
Dude.
And you
it's
wanted,
just so many years of playing MR15, right? It's just hard to shake it off.
Hard written on your brain. By the way,
It really
someone
is.
tweeted at me, apparently Marky's other tags. I think I shared this with you during the break, John, but for everyone else, Marky's other tags he's been playing under, there's CS2 equals poop, CS2 takes 0 skill, and CS2 sucks. So I think we know how he feels about the game. Those are his last 3 nicks before going back to Marky for this event. So, there you go. Ultimate! Looking to get all of this space for the team. If they come through the smoke, they're coming through the smoke. Disaster on. That should be the death knell. That should be it. Bomb ticking away. Plenty to be saved here on Jason and Slump. Jason's going to give it a look at 1 HP. He is not long for this world. upgrade delivered, and a Liquid will find map point off of a blistering B take.
That's what they kind of needed to do at a certain point. I was saying, you know, they're going for these executes, which is fine. You know, digging into your draft book and trying out a few things. It worked out quite well a couple of rounds ago. And I mean, here they just say, okay, let's send it to B. Let's see what we can do. And it works out extremely well. A couple of smokes thrown to create life difficult to create a difficult situation for the Fluffy Aimers as they're pushing through. And there was nothing at all that they could do. Slump, okay, survives. A little lucky that the time was on his side in that situation, and the op will be carried through. And I did want to mention his name anyway, because he has been a star player for the Fluffy Aimers so far here on Ancient. 23 frags now, and he continues to look strong, going toe-to-toe with every single player on Liquid and not looking like he's out of place. I don't think this one's over yet either, Mike, because like I mentioned, Fluffy Aimers still have the money here. They've still got Slump with the AWP, a couple of M4s, a FAMAS MP9. Sure, the util's a little bit light, but I don't know. I've seen crazier comebacks. Oh, maybe Twist is having none of it, though. He gets the opener there onto Marky.
Marky will not be seeing this comeback.
No.
Regardless of whether it happens or not. His eyes have been closed. I'd say forever, but really just for the next minute or so.
Yeah. Let's not go too far.
We're gamers. We don't die. We respawn. Slump is burning. Slump is burning. And with Slump burning, it may just be done. Twist spraying down 2. It's over. Jason with an impossible task, even if he were the man of legend, of myth, of the Argonauts himself. First of all, he'd say, what is a computer? Second of all, I don't even think that heroic effort would be enough. Yekindar proves too much to handle, and it is a 13-10 for Team Liquid as they will put this one away, move up 1-0 in our series. It's the result we expected, but I don't think we got here the way we did, John.
No, not at all. Honestly, the Fluffy Aimers did a lot more than I think either of us thought they'd be able to achieve. And Slump in particular, we were both highlighting him before the match started. And you can see why, obviously. The guy is opping at a level that hasn't really been seen in NA, at least from up-and-comers, in a long time. And I'm hoping we get more of that as we move forward, Mike.
Yeah, Slump seems to be an anything but. Very exciting prospect. We do love opping talent emerging in the North American region. So I'm excited to watch another map of it, regardless of what's going to happen. Mirage is a great map to watch oppers. Let's see what they can do. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back here, folks. We're back. We're ready for map number 2. It's going to be Mirage between these two squads. Liquid do pull off Ancient 13-10, the score line, but I think pressed a little bit more than perhaps they expected. The Fluffy Aimers have come to play. The question is, John, will that transition over to Mirage?
Hey, yeah, that's a tough question, honestly, and I don't know if it will be the case for a Fluffy Aimer squad that has struggled even since the time that they've gotten their new additions. 0-2 on the map. Not really that much success at all. And you look over at Liquid, we already talked about how they got to that 1-3 record since those additions came in, their changes came in. And well, you know, a couple of maps against FaZe that were one of them really close in the loss, and the other one probably shouldn't have been a loss, right? Because it was a comeback from FaZe to push to overtime and then take it. So I think that Liquid obviously are going to be a lot more comfortable coming in on Mirage here. I think that firepower advantage was shown on several occasions, except if maybe you're looking at Slump and Marquee, who are doing pretty well for themselves. I don't know. If Slump can pop off and have a lot of impact here, maybe Fluffy Aimers have a chance, but it feels like Liquid are, as expected, the favorites to pull off the 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, most decidedly. I think anyone who looked at this matchup ahead of time would be a lunatic if they said anything otherwise. But it's all about that audition. It's all about looking good. It's all about pressing one of the top dogs in the region as much as you can. And if Fluffy Aimers can keep that pressure up, reminder as well, Liquid had hot starts to both halves, right? Like, if they lost a pistol, that could have been bad.
Yep.
As it is, quick trade in the ups. And there's still 2 players here. They may not expect the player jail. There's the tap. Marquee going to sell this further, but they do, in fact, clean out the tight corner. News down for the count. Still, the bodies are dropping. It's looking a little tough. It's looking a little rough, and a bomb plant requires a few more kills to make it possible. A full-on brawl here. All falls to Yekindar, and that's not going to happen.
Interesting. All right. Well, Fluffy Aimers holding the fort there towards the B site. I mean, all the bodies were present, so a good read from Fluffy Aimers as Liquid were trying to charge in, but could never really have the impact they were hoping for, with still 3 Fluffy Aimers left standing at the end of that round. And now we go into it, and Liquid not getting the bomb plant say, well, that's going to mean we're stuck on the Glocks, guys. No investments at all. Not even a piece of utility purchased up here by Liquid. And it looks like they just want to hold here at top mid for some aggression to come through. Fluffy Aimers may deliver that to them. This could be a problem because 4 players stacked up. Even just Glocks can be quite a threat. Slump waits around the corner and he eventually goes down, but it should be all that Liquid is able to get here. And yeah, that nade probably chases Twist. He got fragged before it, and then Yakindar is down as well. 2-0 for FA.
Look, we asked the question before that pistol round. What would have happened on Ancient if they hadn't gotten the pistols? They don't get the pistols. They don't get the conversion. So, maybe a little bit more work cut out for Liquid if you don't have the hot starts to halves. Start a little cold. Gotta get warmed up real quick. I'm figuring out the path here. I'm painting the picture. I'm figuring out the path to make this a real game.
I mean, I think we're going to have to see something from Fluffy Aimers up against the rifles. Then we can get a little bit excited. And it's going to happen right here, of course. The AKs are out, and Slump gets the opener this time with the M4 up against Twist. Down to 1 HP, though, so kind of lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Liquid are swarming around this A site, Mike.
I like the idea of the nade pop.
Yeah.
He was executed quite well. Good flashbang, good execution there. Slump helping out with that flash. Brett executing on the kill. And this is looking good. Slump even getting one more.
Okay.
Wow. All right. Here you go. You wanted to see it on the rifles. We see it on the rifles. And it's not just that they're shooting well. It's that they took the initiative in every one of those engagements, right? They get the nade pop to catch out Twist. They have the flashbang peek into the ramp player. They are defining the engagements. And Liquid were not prepared.
No, I mean, they're looking very coordinated, which is maybe not something I would personally expect, nor Liquid probably, from the Fluffy Aimers, because this team, I mean, the core has been together for quite some time, but looking at Marquee and News kind of just coming into this roster as of recently. Every time I say News has been added, again, he was part of this roster a couple of months ago, so I guess he knows the system that Brett has in place. Anyway, still, Fluffy Aimers 3, Liquid nothing, and the rifles dealing very little damage from Liquid either. Slump gets the opener on Yakindar. I can't believe this is happening, to be quite honest, but yeah, it's going to be 4-0 in favor of the Fluffy Aimers unless something goes absolutely disastrously wrong, and it's not. Marquee getting a couple of frags onto Nap and Twist. Ultimate does connect for one, but but he is immediately dealt with, and JKS left standing in the smoke, and that won't protect him either. News a 2K, and it is indeed 4-0 for the Fluffy Aimers.
And to keep it clean, they've got some money built up. This is the ideal start. This is great. Early momentum on here, pressure on the Liquid. It's still very early days.
Yes.
But this is about as good of a start as you could have hoped for the Fluffy Aimers. And the question is, can you continue to build? And no one started slow either, right? Like, Brett had a goose egg for pretty much that entire first half. Here, 4-0, right off the rip. So that confidence is going to be flowing. You're not going to have any massive Achilles heels, hopefully showing here in terms of individual form. And that's going to be encouraging for FA.
Interesting smokes being thrown here from both sides, and there's the smoke pop coming through from the Fluffy Aimers, hoping to spot something, but no one's there, at least not within their view. This Twist is indeed close by here at Connector, and he'll be joined by Naf as well. Mid-control gained by Liquid, although it wasn't really challenged from the Fluffy Aimers. There's an important first frag found by JKS. Twist moves away from Connector, try and support his team's advance in towards Window, and they do get a player up there, and in the meantime, he himself goes in to top Connector, and he's going to push through the smoke, Mike. They're going through.
They're going through. They got the stair space. Jungle players backed out. Ooh, this could get very tough for the Aimers. I think Slump's going to need to bail them out with this AWP. Finds the ramp player. There it is. Flashbang, but he hits the timing shot. Now a second follow-up, and suddenly, uh-oh, coming apart at the seams for Liquid. They got all this ground. They couldn't capitalize. Is Slump aware? Is Slump aware? Oh, this is all about timing. This is all about timing. He has no idea. Naf's going to find that kill, but he's lost his teammate in the meantime, so it's all for Naf to do. His position known, 25 seconds. Good idea with the Molotov. Marky will be forced out, and Marky will burn. A clutch. 20 seconds. Chance to retrieve that bomb. Has to face the con player to do so. Here's the peek. There's the shot. And the Clutchmeister, Mr. Nafly himself, does it again.
That is unbelievable from Naf, for one, right? Slips in towards CT. No one has any awareness of that, so the information is lost on Slump, who gets fragged out immediately. And then Marky, he knows the Molotov's burning at his feet, but he's hoping he can win the fight and the round. But in the end, he just hangs around that Molotov for way too long, and that's Naf finding that. And that's just a really good job into Connector, isolating that fight. But still, I guess my point is, I can't believe it took that for Liquid to win the round, because the Fluffy Aimers are challenging as well as they did on Ancient, which is surprising me. I don't know if it's going to hold up for the whole map, but so far, looking pretty good. They did lose their big piece in Slump at the beginning of this round, but trades are coming through, still very back and forth, although it's a man advantage retained for Liquid.
And now followed up as well. So Naf, who closed down the last, is making it very good in the next. As Liquid look to find their second. Gonna need a big play from Jason here. News is kind of stuck. Well, now News is unstuck. Unfortunately, not the way he would have imagined.
Yeah.
One heck of a WD-40 he can. I think he's gonna save. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Stu, yeah. Just joking. But 2 rounds found for Liquid. Jason, I'm not even sure he's going to be afforded the opportunity to save. I think Liquid want to get aggressive on the hunt, and yeah, here they come. Yekindar will join JKS, who was actually dead now because Jason spotted him out. Now he's looking towards Yekindar and finds that frag too, so it's getting expensive for Liquid. They don't have that much money either, so I don't think any more hunting is justified here, and they will, in fact, fall off and not go after Jason any further. So Jason gets 3 frags, he gets the M4. That'll help his team's economy going into that next round.
Oh, and he gets the bomb.
See the bomb.
Uh-oh, Jason. Uh-oh.
That's CS2 bomb.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a little bit unfortunate calculation. Was hoping to get alive. Hoping to make it through. Not going to happen. And that does mean any thoughts they might have had about a force buy around that rifle, obviously gone now. It'll be the eco here. A chance for Liquid to build up their bank. To let some of those investments mature. But you do have to not fumble kills against the pistols. And there's some deagles out here. Oh. Airburst Molly. But it was enough to chase Jason out of the position. The thought of the Molotov got him out of there. This is a double Balk setup. Are they one high, one low, or are they both up top? Or I guess both down below. There's options.
I think it's one high, one low. Yeah. But as it stands, Liquid only have to worry about these Deagles. Marquis Deagle can actually be pretty potent, so maybe I have to worry. No, okay. Naf deals with him immediately. That's not even in the picture anymore. 5v4 in favor of Liquid, and now it's when the body should start to topple here. Naf tosses Nate on forward. Maybe they overlook Brett. Nope. Twist takes care of that. They're clearing on all the angles, being very methodical about it, and Liquid should be able to secure their third round here.
Why?
Oh,
Why? That's
Jason,
the bomb.
what?
That's the
That's
bomb.
Oh, no. Why?
What is the thinking here? Well, it shouldn't cost them the round.
Why?
But that one's gonna... That's a worrying one. There's no armor. It is gonna be okay. 2 casualties lost. But let's talk that through. So they have 2 players who've walked out onto A.
Yes.
They're getting a ton of vision of the site. They have presence in the apartments, but no vision onto the B site. And they double push around bricks with the bomb going first.
It's concerning. Honestly, it's concerning to see that happen because everything indicated, like you said, Mike, that they would go towards A because they're 2 players clearing it out. You've got all the space. You've already found frags. There's no reason to go to the other side of the map. And I mean, they could have easily fumbled it at that point with the bomb down.
I think there's a couple things it could be. It could be a misread where they still thought there was a player lurking around a corner on A. It could be a miscomm, and it could be just a lack of diligence in terms of forgetting who had the bomb where while they're trying to clean up those last couple of kills. In this round, they've lost the first kill, but they've taken Slump back in turn. Let's see what they can do. Mid control, firmly in the grasp of Liquid. They've already got a player up con as well. It's looking decent. Brett responds. He's low HP, but he's pushed in towards the ramp. They will have known about that, of course, because he got the kill on JKS. So you can see Naf's coming back to check it and retrieve that C4. Ooh, the push. This is the push into the bricks. This is what they did with the Deagles in the last time, but this time there's a Yeki right on the other side of those bricks.
They're going to fall off, yeah. The Fluffy Aimers going back towards that B site, and Liquid committing to A this time. Jason's completely smoked off, and he can't really do much of anything. This will be a bomb plant, likely, in a post-plant situation for the Fluffy Aimers. They've already lost another body. Ultimate through the smoke and blinded. Finds Marky. News coming in on a flank. He's trying to do what Twist did to them a little while ago, and he's going to have to in a 1v4 situation. The problem is it's not as surprising for a CT player to come from CT spawn in this situation, especially with all of the time that's burned off the clock and the bomb.
Yeah, and also, meanwhile, Ultimate's nearly aced his team, so...
Yeah.
Picking them apart. They kept giving him fights in towards mid. Ultimate, you gonna get the ace? Oh, he won't! He will be denied, and they'll continue to make these rounds expensive. But a round win it cannot be. So Fluffy Aimers back onto another deco, presumably. Ultimate will have to wait for his ace. But it is a Liquid to not up the scoreline here.
Yeah, and 4 in a row as well, right? Finally, Liquid finding their mojo a little bit here against the Fluffy Aimers, and FA do have enough to get some body armor here and upgraded pistols, but that's it. No utility available to them. Usually you'd see maybe a little bit more of a stack in this type of situation, but they're leaning into a 2-1-2, or were, until Marky charged down into the underpass. He's trying to get information for his squad. He will have a lot of it, I would imagine, because no one is home here in this vicinity. You'll hear all the footsteps above him as well. So probably Fluffy Aimers aware of where Liquid are, but still, the guns aren't really there. Marky does get the opener, traded out by Ultimate. JKS waiting for this push. Easy peasy lemon squeezy on that one. 4v3 in favor of Liquid.
Some of the magic seems to have dissipated here for the Fluffy Aimers. We're not expecting much in this round. But I think the thing that I'm hoping for is that we can get a little bit more of that slump magic that we had on Ancient. Get the op in his hands. Let's see if the kid can cook here on Mirage. Haven't necessarily had the moments just yet. Ooh, hold on. Brett spotted a little bit of a pixel there. Up on the sandwich. But he's cleared up. And it's clean as. 1 casualty for Liquid. Money back in their pockets as we come towards the back third of this half.
Yeah, and like momentum firmly in Liquid's hands right now compared to the beginning of this half. They've corralled it back in their favor. 4 M4s and the op now coming through Fluffy Aimers. You're getting your wish, Mike. At least we're going to see Slumpin. I guess it's my wish too, because I'd like to see him pop off a little bit and show us what he's made of on a map where it should favor him for sure. An Opera's paradise in some ways here on Mirage. See Slump, oh, already losing that battle, or almost losing it, down to 2 HP. Shot is missed, and he's going to have to fall off a little bit. In the meantime, Marky connects onto Twist through the smoke, getting him down to 43, but still, this is not trending well for the Fluffy Aimers already. They're going to try and put pressure onto him. This might work out for them, actually, and it does. They get one, but the trade is good from Naf, who throws a flashbang for himself as well. They're putting more pressure onto him, and he will eventually fall. 4v2 in favor of FA.
And of course, Bomb firmly in the grasp of the Aimers. There's time to cook here. There's time to try and bring this one back around. Time to, at the very least, get some extra damage going. Ultimate's in the underpass. News has gone all the way through apartments, so they should only be wary about the underpass at this point. And connect. There comes Khan. First player found. Marky down for the count. Slump is low. Here by Ticket. Down goes Slump. And the round is back on. Kindar has done some serious work here. Now by Delpan. Rest Brett. Down he goes. Next victim on. This one-man army tearing them asunder, and Ultimate coming in for the finishing blow. Now there's the Kindar we expect. There's a little bit of the magic. He was, a little quieter on Ancient, struggled to get activated, but finding his form here now on Mirage.
That was something else. 4v2 in favor of the Fluffy Aimers, and then 4 unanswered frags from Liquid, 3 of them, as you said, from Yakindar. Yeah, he had a tough go there on Ancient, but it's great to see him finding his form a little bit here on Mirage. I think he still has some inconsistency, you know, from map to map, but obviously, for Liquid's sake, they want him to be consistent and find his form more often than not. News going to appearing around here with the Deagle into the apartments, and Liquid are going to storm through. News hits the headshot, falls off, doesn't take any damage himself, and now Liquid have to stall out a little bit. They're going to throw some util up. They want to keep pushing into the B site. They still have to worry about News, who could pop out and hit another head here. JKS taking a bit of damage, and they're pincering them in with the Deagles. Jason connects on the JKS. He gets away almost scot-free. Finally, News is going to get sprayed down, and Ultimate pulls out the tech to deal with Jason. Look at the damage they've taken, and there's still a chance here for the Fluffy Aimers to pull it off, and there it is. Yekindar's down as well. There's AKs available to be picked up, and Liquid are trying to pick up the pieces and get back into this round.
This is going to be a cheeky spot for Slump as well. Gonna have to have a ton of awareness to clear this. Well, or he'll peek.
What?
He peeked. And Naf was, in fact, ready for it. There's still very little health on these remaining 2 players. So this is doable for the Fluffy Aimers, but they're going to be completely isolated towards either site. It's going to have to be the individuals. Question is, does Marky go unchecked? They seem to be headed towards A. There's a Molotov for Underbalk. If he gets mollied, good luck. 20 seconds. Molotov's going to be committed towards jungle. Back turned. Ultimate down. Bomb dropped. 15 seconds. The op, not what you want for this fight. It's desperation for Naf, and he'll find the MP9 at range. That's a disaster for Liquid, and the Fluffy Aimers will be laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh man, just beautifully done from the Fluffy Aimers, though. Got to give them a lot of credit. First, News hits the Wandig and then falls through the window. Falls out of the window to get back on the site. No damage taken. Jason comes in, puts the pressure on the flank in the meantime, while they're still trying to clear out News, who they eventually do, but Jason does get another one with the Deagle himself, and although both players fall, they do so much damage to Liquid, and after that, the rest of the Fluffy Aimers take care of the remaining players. So well done on their side. Liquid, they want that one back, as now it could be another 6-6 half. Unbelievable.
Making them earn it for sure. They're making this tough. No stomping to be had. Brett finds one. The second as well. Trade's not good, and Marky now chimes in. It's a clean sweep.
What?
And we're sent to the half. We're back here in the second half. It's all tied up once again. Fluffy Aimers really making Liquid work for this here, John.
Yeah, no, it's quite impressive, right? They got off to that hot start, that 4-0 start off the pistol round victory, and then afterwards Liquid kind of did the same thing to them with 4 in a row, but the last 4 rounds were very back and forth, and the Fluffy Aimers, that last one in particular, was just a slaughter. As soon as Liquid stepped onto the site, everyone was dead. Look, I'm impressed with the Fluffy Aimers have been doing here up against Liquid. The question is, can they push it across the finish line this time? And you highlighted the difference between victory and defeat on map number 1 being the pistol round victories for Liquid. This time they lost the first one. Maybe if they lose the second one, Fluffy Aimers will stand a chance here of taking this.
They're going full Glocks. There's no utility to try a site take here. Full Glocks. And Brett's also broken his own ankles for luck.
That is against the current meta for sure.
It's an interesting one. Brett's just trying to throw a little bit of a fake. That's his life. Oh, my goodness. That kill might help sell it. But look at this. Look at Naf. Naf, shoes up too. Back in the apartments. Found the bomb as well. Now, defending from the catwalk. Just going to be Marquis. Trying to stick a plant on down. Wants the kill before he does so. He'll have it. Planting exposed to catwalk, though. Oh, means he doesn't quite get those numbers punched in. Thought they'd be rotating through market. Made a gamble and a guess. Guessed incorrectly.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it, right? You figure that the 2 players won't be coming from cat after you just found that frag, but it doesn't work out for him. Could have gone for the save plant too, which would have assured him at least the bomb plant money into this round, but Liquid do indeed find that pistol round, so we'll have to be left wondering if it would have been a difference if the Fluffy Aimers had taken it. Looking at FA, no bomb plant means no upgrades. They are stuck onto Glocks across the board, except for Marky, who risks it with the Deagle off of the kill bonus he got in that previous round.
Having seen a few Marky Deags, I'm for it.
Oh, absolutely.
I endorse this message. Oh, that nade. That nade? Oh, yeah, some good red bars. Saw a 300 damage nade in the apartments against Unarmored Pistols on a Mirage game the other day. John? Beautiful. Anything better than a meaty HE.
Oh, yeah. Agreed.
Quick little dink onto JKS, but he's making his money. He will get 1. That's all she wrote. 4 stacked up for JKS. That's going to be some extra money in the tank. Could actually drop an op over to Ultimate if they wanted to. Well, you'd have to sell some util, so that's not going to happen. You'll have an A1S, young man, and you'll like it.
I'm looking over at the other match that's happening here, Mike, and Legacy won map number 1, 13-6, and on Ancient it's actually Lag winning 6-2, so maybe that one will go through maps. Anyway, back to this. Slump gonna get the opener, and Ultimate, the immediate trade, 4v4, Jason falls as well. They just can't get into mid here on the Fluffy Aimer side. They do send 1 over to Balcony. Oh no, they get lost as JKS, at least news, gets the shot. I don't think that was in midair, but it doesn't matter. Ultimate gets the trade immediately. 3v2 in favor of Liquid, even though it's been a bit messy getting here.
That's a big kill for Brett. That's a big kill. Avoids the trade. Avoids it for the moment. Ooh, Spotted getting back over towards catwalk. We got the information. That's going to put Naf on high alert here. He's smoking and going back through it. This is bold. Does that mean his teammate's trying to link up with him an underpass? No, he's still going out apps. I'm a little confused by this decision-making. It's a fake. It's another fake. Brett's throwing his body on the line to pull another one of these fakes through.
No.
And it's worked out. He's caught Yekindar. Would have assumed that that bomb was making its way towards site, so now this could just be a disaster. He'll hear that vent break now. Naf realizes he's been bamboozled. Absolutely frazzled in this one. Brett has had a number of these rounds where he just leads them around by their nose, but Marky did not take advantage, and now, actually, I think Naf just caught a pixel. Oh, if he clears E-Box. And of course he will. Ever aware, but not got the final bullet. Just a little jiggle from Marky is enough to offset the aim, and it will be the Fluffy Aimers keeping it close.
Wow, that was so very close to being a Liquid round victory. Naf getting Marky down to 6 HP, but Marky, as did on map number 1, holds his ground here up against Liquid. 14 for him, actually, at the top of the scoreboard this time. The one who slowed up a bit is Slump, but like we were mentioning, Brett's kind of picked up the pace himself, so that's not mattering that much, and doing it while lurking on opposite sites. In that case, going on to A and doing so much damage that Liquid were expecting him to be the one or the prong of the attack, but it was on the other side. Ultimate is going to get that frag onto Marky now with the op upgraded here for himself. Yekindar waiting with the CZ, looking at that smoke. This is going to be tough for FA to get into, and yeah, now Twist finding that makes it even more difficult.
And the CZ finds its mark. It's all falling apart. News does take down the CZ, but at the cost of his information, of his position, of the element of surprise. Can he get out from Tetris? Survey says probably not. Op shot baited. But time enough to reach Chamber. He's trying to find some way to escape, but it's not to be. Liquid back in control here, isolating that round win and continuing to build on their CT side.
All right. Fluffy Gamers not going to buy that much into this round, as you would expect. They're waiting for that money to build up a little bit further, and with the $2,400 out into their bank accounts the next round, that should be a more potent buy-up. This time, they are going to get a couple of players with body armor and some upgraded pistols, but overall, not much hope for a round victory here into this one. Twist going to get the opener towards mid. The rest of the Fluffy Gamers heading to the apartments. That nade going to connect? Yes, it is! Oh my goodness, Marky down to 2 HP off of that nade. Nap finishing off News. Spamming around, and will find the last, or I should say 3 of the last 4 with Yekindar, getting the last onto Slump. 10 rounds for Liquid.
Still thinking about that one kill that had the mid-air logo, but no mid-air kill. And my theory is one of his feet was over the opening of the ladder on balcony.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be that, because we're seeing those wings come through more frequently than they should, right? In some situations.
It's my working theory.
I think you could be right, yeah.
That's what I'm going with, until proven otherwise.
It's a really cool addition to the UI, for sure, but it's still a little buggy, as are
100%.
a lot of things in CS2.
I mean, as casters, we always just appreciate more information,
Of
right?
course, yeah.
We'll learn the flaws in it. Ultimate. Finding some flaws in his health bar, but Twist's gonna make up for them with no problem.
Ooh.
Stacking up the kills, and now it is looking very good for Liquid to inch ever closer to this dub.
Oh, Brett and News.
Fireworks. Apologies if that's coming through. Brett, though,
Yeah.
is finding some fireworks of his own. News is still a little bit of an unknown, but Red and ready. Brett can get back to this bomb. The problem is he's only got 12 points of health. So that is 4 points for each of his opponents. And he will need a few more.
Yeah, well, I mean, not much was expected out of the Fluffy Gamers here on Mirage, but at the very least, they've got those 7 rounds. It's still close despite the fact that Liquid have owned the second half and FA's only gotten 1 round. But they're going to hope for something perhaps special to happen into this one with just the pistols being purchased up, and they're saving for the rifles in what could be the last round of play here in this series. We'll see if the Fluffy Gamers can avoid being sent to the lower bracket here on Mirage. But it's going to be tough. Ultimate charging up. Oh, actually, this could get a little messy for Ultimate. I'm surprised he's being this aggressive with the op. He's caught out and well supported by his teammates. Well, luckily for him, as he's afforded the opportunity to fade away. And Fluffy Gamers continue to fall here. They just have those pistols and no armor, so it is only News left standing.
P250 in a dream. First one found. Hold on. The most improbable round of all time. Nades bursting around him, spam through the box. A man against the world, and the world will win. And now Liquid get 5 chances to close this series, to move on here in the upper bracket of this qualifier, to put Fluffy Gamers in the rear view mirror, as they have done throughout this second half.
And again, I think Fluffy Aimers, if you look at their map pool, it's kind of one map and done for the most part. And that map being Ancient, as we saw, they performed quite well there. But again, they still need some time to cook with Marky on the roster. And I think Slump as well, because he is technically a recent addition. 5 rounds required in a row from them. And oh, that's not good. Ultimate going to get the op frag onto Jason immediately. He continues to just push up and kind of bully Fluffy Aimers. And then he flicks to find another one. How does he hit that shot? Bomb delivered at his feet. And this could be over.
This guy is never lacking in confidence.
Jeez.
Ultimate's such an exciting player to watch, and now with the control of that C4, yeah, it's disaster stations for Fluffy Aimers. Start sending up some prayers to whatever deity you believe in, because they're going to need a miracle to keep fighting here on Mirage. Who's going to be the patron saint? Who's going to deliver that? Meanwhile, look, Naf's starting to take some ground here in apartments. He's going to catch a player back turned. Gets even worse. Slump living up to his name. As bit by bit, the pieces come off the board. One more remains. News, this time more than a P250, but more work to do, and it's not gonna happen. Liquid with the 2-0. Liquid with the confident win on Mirage, looking a lot more stable on their own map pick, and putting Fluffy Aimers away with ease.
Yeah, and I think the one good piece of news I would say for the Fluffy Aimers is that they're looking more competitive than they did prior to the changes to their roster. So I'm happy for them for that. But Liquid, even though they were challenged a few times, finally closed it out pretty confidently at the end, especially Ultimate just charging down mid with the op. And like you said, he's looking so very good for this Liquid squad. So they move on to the upper bracket. Fluffy Aimers are not out yet though, Mike.
No, they're not. We'll take a little peek at the bracket to see where we're at. Not sure what's going on in the other game as well. Legacy up 1-0 on Lag. Checking in on that. Lag starting out nicely, though, on the second map of Ancient. Up 9-3 in their first half. So still very much a game potentially on there. But we will be heading over to the upper bracket final, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yeah.
It is going to be a good long time before we get there, folks. That will be taking place at 9:30 p.m. Eastern at the earliest. So we'll see you then. We're going to take a good long break. Go get some food. Go get some dinner. Go get some whatever the heck you want, depending on whatever time zone you're in. And we'll see you a lot later for some more Counter-Strike. Goodbye for now, folks.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I instead of seeing. Oh, my head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. I'll lose inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down. Leave me lost and found. Take me down. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm hier nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ashen's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024 closed qualifier. We're getting closer to Brazil, so I had to turn the green lights on because they may not be on Twitter, but they can be here in Twitch chat right now. We've got Liquid Legacy. This is the upper bracket matchup. This could be deciding who's our go-through, right? Whoever loses will get another chance for a rematch, John, but this could be the match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, honestly, Legacy has been an interesting team. I want to say as of late, but over the last couple of years, I guess, going back to 0-0 Nation and Godsent days. You still have 3 of the core from the 0-0 Nation time there. I think it's Dumao, Lato, and oh my gosh, the third one's
Barton.
slipping my mind. Barton. No, Barton. Barton was
Barton came over
not
from
on
Team
0-0
1.
Nation.
Otherwise, it's just Dumao
Yeah.
and Lato.
Yeah, I think it was also Nikki. No, maybe it was
Nikki's came from
No,
Pain. That's all
but
that's
he
left,
was-
man.
That's right. You're right. Oh man, that is wild. Honestly, like that's only 2 players left. I thought Nikki's was there for a little longer, but no, you're right. From Pain, of course. So I mean, look, it's been an up and down ride for them. At a certain point throughout the RMR, we thought, oh man, they might not make it which would have been surprising because they had been doing so much damage against North American competition prior to that in Challenger League and all the events they competed in. But eventually they found their way there in the fourth place decider. So that's good news for them. And now they go up against Liquid, which is tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one for them. It's going to be a challenge. I mean, this team is so interesting to me, right? Because I've rated individuals on it so highly in different stints. I think that this was... It's almost like the team of promise that hasn't quite been realized within Brazil, right? We look at Dumao, we look at Lato, Barton as well. Sadzin's the newest entry into this. He's joined the roster, but it feels like this should be a team that's competing at a higher level than they have been, John.
No, I do agree with you, Mike. It's strange that they haven't necessarily gotten to the tier 1 level, which is what I think we both expect them to be at with the names and the caliber of players that they have, but they just haven't. They've been stuck in tier 2. It feels like the new Team 1, I would say, right? Because no longer Team 1 doesn't really exist anymore, but like Team 1 was always that squad where they just got stuck at tier 2 and could never take the step up. But I think it's even more of an issue with them because of the caliber of talent that they have. And Barton in particular always feels like this player that should be so much higher up in terms of his skill and just gets capped off at a weird level. Anyway, let's check out the bracket, Mike.
All that being said, we've got the bracket. So you can see what we got. Liquid versus Legacy. Fluffy Aimers on lag at the bottom. But all that being said, basically what we're saying is we have high expectations for the talent on this roster for Legacy. And this would be a huge qualifier to make it through, right? Brazilian team securing a spot in IEM Rio. That is the dream. This event is so important to them, outsized important as a home turf event. I mean, really even compared to their competition over on Liquid. Obviously, Liquid want to be making it to every event they possibly can be. They want as many opportunities to show themselves against tier 1 competition. They want to keep building this momentum as a roster. But for Legacy, it's about their name, right? It's about legacy. It's about playing in front of the home crowd, playing in front of the fans. And especially for a team that's now competing consistently in North America, it's about a trip home. A trip home to compete in front of that hometown crowd is something that for a roster like this, for a young team, could just be a massive shot in the arm, could be a huge energizing factor. And it's something that is definitely going to have them playing at 110% motivation. So an exciting prospect.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that given the way Liquid performed in that first BO3, there's certainly some vulnerabilities there for Legacy to potentially exploit and find their way to that grand final match. It's just, I think they themselves also had problems dealing with an opponent that they probably should have put away a lot faster in lag. I mean, the second map went to overtime. I think, well, it ended up, it was a pretty substantial lead for lag that led to overtime that Legacy managed to overcome, but they still couldn't take the map. And then they took care of business on map number 3 on Mirage, but still, as was the case with Liquid, like I mentioned, it should have been a cleaner 2-0. It wasn't. And for Legacy, it should have been a 2-0 and ended up being a 2-1 up against the Lag squad that also has been struggling quite mightily as of late. So we'll see if which team manages to clean things up first, whether it be Liquid or Legacy, as we'll see the veto, Mike.
Let's talk about it, because these two teams kind of like the same maps, so I'm a little bit curious about where they've chosen to go. Okay, so Legacy banned out the Dust 2. Liquid banned the Vertigo. We've got an Ancient pick from Legacy. That's comfortable for Liquid as well, as we've just seen earlier. We've got the Inferno pick out from Liquid, which is also a map that Legacy play a ton of and have a lot of success on. So, yeah, there is a ton of overlap in these two teams' map pool. Legacy take out the Anubis. Liquid ban the Mirage, which is interesting because they did just pick that in the previous series. And then we got Nuke as a decider. So this makes sense. I think the most surprising things to me are that, honestly, Legacy didn't pick Mirage, considering it got let through the first round of vetoes. And otherwise, I think that's about it. This makes sense. There's a ton of overlap. These teams play a lot of maps. They both don't play Vertigo. So just kind of a pick your poison type of battle.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that Ancient is their most played map on the Legacy side. So again, kind of makes sense that they'd pick into it. And given what they saw, or if they got a chance to, maybe within in the break to see what happened with the Liquid up against the previous opponent and Fluffy Aimers, they said, okay, maybe there's something we can do here on Ancient. Maybe we can make up for the mistakes the Fluffy Aimers made and come out with a victory against Liquid. I think Mirage was not picked by Liquid specifically because it is much stronger for Legacy than Fluffy Aimers. So they decided to move away from that. But I agree with you, Mike. It could have easily been a pick on the Legacy side to immediately come out with a very potentially commanding map.
I'm super curious about this. We'll have to find out when we hop in the server. The proof will be in the pudding. We've already seen some of Liquid over on this server. So players to focus on. Twist was having some very strong games before. Ultimate, obviously, is just a highlight reel of a player. Super fascinating player to watch right now. It's just exciting to see how high he can fly. Over on the other side, I'm always going to have eyes on Dumao. That dude, I know he could do crazy things. I know he could be an absolutely commanding player. So I'm always going to be watching Dumao just to see if he can have one of those maps where he just takes over. It hasn't necessarily always been the case, within this roster, but he's the guy that I think has the highest possible ceiling.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. Dumao has always impressed, going back to his Godsent days in particular. Just some times we saw him and he was popping off in such a significant way. I think it even goes back further than that. But either way, I'm not going to try and remember the teams he's been on all throughout his history, but he is a very impressive player. Barton,
of
course,
gaming gamer.
Yeah, it's Game. I was gonna say it, but I wasn't sure. But yeah,
Gaming. Former teammate of Swisher and twice on Gaming.
Crazy. And weren't they up against New England Whalers? And then it was like a crazy 6 overtime match or something.
No, that was PA with RCF. You're thinking about.
Oh yeah.
You're thinking about. Well, no. RCF was on New England Whalers playing against.
I'm thinking
RBG
about RCF
at the time.
Yes,
RCF was on this Gaming roster. Yes,
and that's the one I'm thinking of.
But he was. He was also part of the roster that had Swisher and Boo. It was Boo. That's right. Twice wound up signing in later.
Dude, it's so crazy.
Yes, they were part of the melding of Brazil and NA.
Yeah.
Dumao, RCF, and Fastsyn that were part of that squad with Swisher and then Boo. After I think Tatazin left the roster.
I guess the point is these guys have been around.
They've been around
for a very long time.
They are no longer fresh faces, but they are also still very young. I mean, you look at Dumao and Lato, I think they're both like 20. Sadzin, the newest edition, is also 20 years old. Like, this is a young team. Lato 21, Dumao 20, Barton 22, Sadzin 20. And then Nick is hanging out. Old man calling the shots. But Twist will be hitting the shots right now. I say old man, he's younger than me. Twists will be starting off the show. There were some vulnerabilities perhaps on Ancient, but by and large, we saw a lot of good play from Liquid here.
Yeah, I think the first half was the biggest problem for them, and then after that, they really settled into things. But we'll see if that repeats itself here against a legacy squad that I would say is definitely more potent than the Fluffy Aimers. Dumal coming around here, spots out Twist. They should be able to finish him off. They do. I thought Twist might be able to sneak another frag in there, but he doesn't. 4v4, 1 minute left on the clock, so a lot of time for Legacy to work with here, and they're deciding to move their way towards the B site, but the bomb is to join them.
The bomb will do so. But I was going to say Will Yekindar, but no, he's actually rotating in towards the support of A. So it's going to be Nap, and it's going to be Ultimate to try and defend this site. Where are the dualies? The dualies are not exactly in an ideal angle for the dualies. And now Ultimate is gone. Nap is blinded up, eliminated as well. This is working beautifully for Legacy. Liquid caught a little bit out of position, doubled up out towards long, and it did not work for them.
Oof.
Okay, hold on. There might still be something here. A little assassination off of the USP. Another set of dualies on JKS. Certainly worth committing, but obviously without a kit. Better get a move on. Ooh, hand spotted. A little bit wide there is Lotto, but it has to all be Yekindar, and he's not got the chance. He wants them to chase just to try and get the kills. There was nothing worth saving on his person.
Well, all right, Legacy, good job taking that B site at the very least, and Liquid didn't offer much in terms of resilience there, I would say, trying to stop that advance, and at the end of it, you see the pistol round fall the way of Legacy. All of it, pistol rounds can be pretty 50-50, so I don't know if this is necessarily going to set the tone. That said, on Ancient against the Fluffy Aimers, if Liquid didn't win their pistol rounds, they would have been in a ton of trouble because they had a few rounds here and there where Fluffy Aimers were able to kind of gain some momentum. Right here, oh goodness, he's 3 frags in probably 1 second, and the last one comes through for a 4K on his size. Barton gets one in the mix, and that round is over very quickly.
Blistering start here for Legacy, a team that at times is known for their slower play. They're going to get these first rounds dispatched quickly.
And also, just to note, Mike, in that previous BO3 for Legacy, the top fragger was Sadzine, far and above everyone else with 62 frags and an 83.3 ADR. He averaged a rating of 1.44 over the 3 maps as well. Definitely a player to watch, and, well, we talked about this before, but the A site can often be left very open in the early moments of Ancient rounds, and that's the case here.
I mean, it's understandable in this situation. You don't have a lot, so they're trying to maximize what the MP9s can do. You had a limited initial utility set. You basically full gambled that it was going to be a B play. You get some action in towards mid or B. Oh my goodness, JKS is getting a whole lot of action. Look at the damage. Dumal follows it up with second. It's going to be very tough for them to do much of anything at all. CZ wants to get into angles. Oh, that's a timely peek. Nades to soften him up, but Yekindar will stay alive up until Lotto finds the flank. So they can make this costly. They can make this expensive, and every SMG kill is a big reward into itself. They don't know about ultimate. Naf's shown a little bit of face, and that's actually was meant to maybe guys off ultimate's approach, but with the donut control now, it just won't matter. 1 kill, no more. They make it expensive, but it's not going to be a huge price for Legacy to pay.
Yeah, maybe with a little more util, it would have been more effective for Liquid. But again, that wasn't their full buy. That was just a half buy coming through where they saved enough money to save for this moment where they're going to have 3 M4s, probably 4 at the end of it. Or maybe Kindar's going to buy the op. Nope, not going to get the op for ultimate here. It's just going to be an MP9 and 3.7K saved. I wonder what the conversation is there, but all right. 3-0 in favor of Legacy as they're looking to make it 4-0, and the charge through mid by Liquid. 2 players all the way at the bottom of 3 now, and Yekindar pushes out into A main, finds the opener, could get a second here, and he does, maybe even a third. He's set up for it, and Yekindar runs out of bullets. Oh, Sadzine down to 17, and now Nikis is going to get taken down to dirt after finding Yekindar, but still it's a 4v2 for Liquid, making a 4v1 now.
What do you got, Lotto? What kind of magic you got? You got the first. Looking for Naf. Next contact. Shadow spotted, rather. That gives it away. Nice, quick processing there from Lato. Naf might regret making the individual move. His teammates aren't going to make the same mistake, but there's so much time. Right? Eventually, they're going to have the awareness that he could come through A main. It's distinctly possible. And that's what Lato's going to choose. Taking Wild cleared out. Now you see that Ultimate snapped over. The op on this fight should be quite potent. Molotov to limit the approach. 25 seconds. Have to get that bomb. Now they're fully focused in. And the op will find home. Nice try. Good damage. No round for Lato.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage by Ikindar, who, I mean, I questioned a little bit going for the MP9 situation when he had so much money available to him. But hey, look, it pays off. He's got money to spare for his teammates. He gets the 2K in the round, almost 3 if he didn't run out of bullets. And Liquid get a first round off of it. And again, wants that MP9. I guess it's because he wants to get aggressive into A main and take those close fights.
Yeah. He's the cave player more often than not for this team. Right now, he's going in towards A main, though, so this is a shift up.
Yeah.
With that MP9. Was playing cave in the previous series.
Yeah, he shifted it.
Seem to be a little bit more fluid on the spots. This B-take has been stymied. Yakindar catches the lurk as well over in towards A main, and so now 2-on-4. Oh, they don't know about Naf, but he's got the USP out, and the USP was not the gun for the job.
Ooh.
Sides in. Under pressure, traded out. It all falls to Lato once more, but this time a little bit of an easier task, a 1v2. And they've conceded him the bomb. They've given him the chance. Twist didn't want to get isolated.
I kind of like the idea, Mike, because, you know, you leave the bomb there. He's like, well, what do you mean? Why are you guys leaving the bomb here? I got to check. I got to see what's happening. So he's scared to pick it up. And now he's going all the way in towards CT.
Now he's cleared this. This is quite strange, to be honest.
He's still not convinced.
Wouldn't you be paranoid, though?
Of course. Yeah.
It's the poisoned chalice. It's too good to be true.
I mean, they're playing the mind game so well right now in Liquid, and they've got a pincer coming in, so Lato's going to have his hands full. Now he finally decides to stick the plant, but they spot him out. Actually, not even a spotter. That's just through the smoke. Lato goes down to 16, and they know he's right around here. He's trying to get away into cave, but
there's only one place he could have gone. Theoretically, I guess maybe he could have timed him into that smoke by short. But now, I mean, now they get confirmation if they didn't already have it. Spam on, and it is on the money. Hadn't even gotten a tap on the bomb just yet. Uh-oh. There's no kit. There's no kit, but there is a twist. And that is all you need. Time enough for the defuse. Twists locks that in. They're not getting through these comfortably. They are surviving.
Let's not forget, that was a 1v3 for Lato that he almost pulls off. It was well played, honestly, throughout the entire time in that round where he's going clearing. He had time to spare, so he says, okay, I might as well just go through into CT, clear out long B, make sure everything's safe. He even fakes the plant at a certain point to see if anyone's going to come out of cave. Doesn't happen, so well done. And even gets the spam through the panel. Almost pans out for him, but at the end of it, it will be a second round victory for Liquid. But again, we're seeing a lot of close rounds in the early goings here for Liquid here on Ancient. Lato hopping out with his deagle already to the top of ramp, and he's just the lurk here. In the meantime, Legacy are going to walk onto an empty A site. There will be some pressure put on from Donut by JKS, but good utility available for them. They should get a plant out of this, and they absolutely will. No one's going to challenge Barton at this point.
To be true. Looking to be true. Ooh, missing the first shot as well. There's only so many opportunities. This is just going to get really weird. This is going to get really feisty. There's no armor on these players, but they're going to battle forward. Here comes the motion. Flashbang stalling this out. Go. Kill's starting to stack up. Someone's got to get on that defuse. And Lato, can he stop this on the spam if he finds JKS?
Oh!
No, it's not to be. That is way too close for comfort for Liquid. That is pistols, no armor. Nearly scraping that throw.
I mean, yeah, look, they went for that early aggression to mid I was talking about. You have that 3-2 split between 3 on B and 2 on, 3 on mid and 2 on B, and that's what gets you into trouble if the T's decide to go for an early hit into A and you don't have anyone rotating around from either Donut or CT. And, well, I mean, they put themselves in a tough position. It was a 5v3, I think, at one point with so little time left on the bomb, and eventually they just had to send it, and almost Legacy were able to clutch it out in a round where they didn't have any business winning it. Of course, a bomb plant possible, but winning would have been unacceptable for Liquid, I think. They do get the round, though, so all is well. And a timeout going to be called by Legacy to talk things over as they got themselves a nice boost to their economy from that bomb plant and a full buy-up as a result.
Away we go. I'm still getting caught off guard by the jump throw noise being there for observers. it just keeps, every time it happens, it's like a jump scare for me.
Really?
Oh. Dumao with a perfect jump scare. 2 coming his way, and look at this. This is the whole side of the map gone. All that's left are the B defenders, and Legacy are going to recognize it. 3 players killed in towards mid and window. This is free. Free as. Free bird. Free for all. Free. I'm running out of things.
I don't know, Mike.
It's been a long
Can't
day,
help
John.
you there. You use them all. No, it's fine.
It's been a long day.
Legacy, they've had a long day too, but they are going strong here. 4th round found up against Liquid. And I think one thing this qualifier has so far delivered is 2 very close series that we didn't expect in that first series of rounds, first series of BO3s. And now this one also starting off to be a pretty back and forth. I think Liquid just, I don't know, because they're playing a lot on, I guess, LAN, although they did play in the RMR qualifiers, no? Am I crazy? I'm losing myself too here, Mike. No, yeah, they were playing a lot on LAN, and I think that's why the adjustment from LAN towards online is a little bit difficult at times, right? So I think that's what we're seeing right now for Liquid. There's much more of a peaker's advantage in online play, and I think the difference between online play and LAN play in CS2 is much starker than that of CSGO.
Potentially there. Potentially there. But whatever it is, they're going to have to shake that off pretty darn quick. This has been really nice takes in towards mid. The flashbang usage, phenomenal from Legacy. But this time, Twists. His eyes clear. And out the smoke comes one Yikindar. Naf with the catch. With Barton back in. Oh, little lackadaisical in that peak. And leaves Sadson all on his lonesome. Has the bomb at the very least, but he's getting flanked up.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, look, honestly, there probably should have been more awareness towards Catacombs in that situation. Twists farming away with the 3K, and Legacy not able to do much of anything with that buy-up after looking so convincing in the previous round. It just fell completely flat on that attempted A take, and all it took was actually having players on A for Liquid. They made that adjustment as Legacy have been abusing that for a couple of rounds now. They say, okay, hold the phone here. We don't have to get as aggressive towards mid if they're going to keep doing that. And a great adjustment coming through on their side. So we head into round number 9. We're tied up again. There's still enough money in the bank accounts of Legacy to get a buy up through. Features more Galils than they'd like, but that's still very serviceable. JKS, in the meantime, continues this A main aggression that was seen by Yikindar earlier on. He's going to get the opener, finds the follow-up. Is he going to re-peek for a third? It looks like he wants to, and he doesn't get it. Sadzine will find the trade finally, but it's still a man advantage for Liquid.
They're looking to keep it that way. Seems like it's going to be the B players who are tested. Bomb's still on the other side of the map, though, so this is a little confusing to read on the Legacy side. Ultimate, though, he doesn't need to read. He just needs to shoot.
I think he needs to read. To an extent?
Don't have to read the kill feed if you're the one doing all the killing. I'll tell you that. Speaking of killing... Oh, Twist nearly locking that one down. It's Lotto, the late round man, again. He's done some magic. What can he bring us here? Not a lot.
Not a good smoke.
I think it was a flash.
Yeah, it was a flash. You're right. I fixed the plant.
What? Oh,
gets one.
All right.
No.
Nav was a little closer, but I like the idea on the fake plants. I like it.
All right. We go into it. Round number 10 here. Liquid finally have a lead for themselves. See how far they can stretch that, if at all. But it looks like here Legacy are just going to go for the pistol round. So this is a prime opportunity for Liquid to stretch that lead to 2 rounds. They got the AWP, the AK, 2 M4s, the MP9 for Yakindar again. And it looks like Yakindar has shifted up back to that similar, familiar position, I should say, Mike, that we were talking about, in towards Cave with the MP9. He's favored that for the close range engagements every single time, and I can't really blame him for it. Naf waiting here with the smoke. Twist gets one. Barton trades him out, and then Dumal finds Naf. This is problematic for the B side. It's going to get overloaded by Legacy. Yakindar's trying to strike, but Ultimate's gone too. Yakindar's the only one within striking distance now of a potential bomb plant in a 4v2 for Legacy.
Oh, boy. This is an abject disaster. I mean, these players still don't have armor, so the retake is distinctly possible, but how did it come to this? And where's the kit? There's a kit right by him. Ah, there it is. There's the upgrade. They don't fancy it. They don't fancy it. They're allowing this round over. Unarmored pistols bulldozing their way into sight. Deegs connecting. K-Ota indeed. As that is going to be a very tough one for Liquid to swallow. Ay, ay, ay.
Hard to explain how that one even happens, really, because Legacy just walked out there and are hitting deagle shots, which is fine, you know, respect to them for hitting some nice shots, but Liquid should have been able to respond or adapt in some way because they have the huge advantage, not to mention there's no body armor coming through for the most part on the Legacy side. That's a weird one, and as I was trying to say before the round started, it was the opportunity for Liquid to separate themselves from Legacy a little bit, but it feels like they can't do that against any of their opponents today in the first halves of action. Ultimate taking a lot of damage to get this position and then just, okay, backs off of it for a moment. I was going to say he's going to give it up, but no, he's going to hold the line. Oh, that nade can finish him off. It does. Oh, that's such a shame for Ultimate. Doesn't even have a chance to really fire his gun.
That's the risk you take. Oh, boy, and Sadson is dealing out more risks in turn. This is looking pretty dire for Liquid already. Look at the utility. They've just got very little. It's all on JKS. And he's the A anchor, so there's nothing to stall things out here on B. It has to just be the guns. It has to be the individuals shining. Or it's not going to happen. Nikiz has looked out on towards A and found nobody home. So he's calling his teammates over. Says, make your way on in. No need to deal with the B site. We will hunt for exits once that bomb has ticked away. 6 rounds at a minimum here for Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can hunt up some of these guns, it'll make it a lot easier to envision a 7th. I like how they're still just taking all of their possible time in this rotation.
Yeah.
In case there's a guy in Donut. Which could be, to be fair. Nikiz did go through the catacomb, so Donut, distinctly a possibility.
Gotta be methodical. Don't want to get caught off guard, especially considering the advantage that they have in their hands right now. And Liquid, of course, as we already alluded to, are not going to move a muscle. They are already committed to the save, given how those first 2 frags came through. And Legacy, they don't want to hunt too much either, I guess, because their money for Dumas, Barton, and Nikis isn't that great. But I imagine there'll be at least a little bit of a hunt coming through, because you take these guns out of the hands of Liquid, it is so very bad for them. And yeah, JK is going to spot out one, pulls out the nade, but his teammate goes down in the process. Nade does some damage, but they're going to have to get fragged soon. They get overloaded. Lato comes in on the flank, and it's all down to Twist. I don't think that gun's getting saved. What? Twist gets a 3K. How? What? He gets the 4th as well. That's absurd. I don't even know how he pulls that off.
Nearly the ace. I think he probably would have traded all 4 of those kills, though, to be able to keep his M4 into this one.
I mean,
So
not
it's
important frags, Mike, but still.
Worth the price. Well worth the price here for Legacy. They got a full buy. We got our last round, and it's MP9s across the board for Liquid. As this ancient half might just be ending with a bit of a whimper. So they're going to go for aggression because you have to with these SMGs. You got to get frisky. And what other man to do it? Well, Lato. I was going to say Yukindar. He flies into the fight, as he is wont to do. Ultimate's able to trade it out. Can't land the second kill with the Deeg. So Naf right back into the same angle. One by one, they feed on in, and death is what they find. Twist alone. He's waiting for this Nikis lurk, as has come so many times, but Nikis will get the better of him, and we move to the half. Second half underway here, and it's Legacy holding on to the lead on their map pick. A stunning late half eco win leads to now a pretty strong position to play from, and Liquid very much on the back foot. Heavy util investment, though, for Liquid. Seems like that's going to take them towards A.
There's that smoke going to get tossed for CT and one for Donut. It's actually a pretty good setup here coming through from Liquid, as they're going to execute onto a site with two players waiting here. One on the boxes and one behind the smoke. They pop out at the same time, but only one frag on a piece. Now it's going to be Naf gaining the advantage here for Liquid. It should lead to a bomb plant, but Nikis is already here over in the catacombs. Going to pop out, maybe get a headshot. No, he gets headshotted by Twist, and now a 4v2.
And you got this late elbow lurk as well from Yakindar. That's to clear out Donut, give them comfort in where they're playing from. But Barton and Lato, these young guns, striking quick. Here we go. Kit retrieved as well. There's plenty of time for that defuse. They're just so lightning fast in that retake. It was a tough spot. It's a stronghold position from Liquid. Frankly, I think from the macro perspective, Liquid played it really well. They just got headshot.
They just got outplayed, Mike. Yeah, they played it well. Positioning was good, but the shots were better from Legacy. Wow, that is great for Legacy. They win both pistol rounds. They've got the 8-5 lead here. Looking to convert off of this one. Liquid did get the bomb plant, though, so it will be a couple of Galils, Tech 9, and 2 Mac-10s coming through. And if there's ever a time where Liquid could win a surprising round, I think they'd want it to be here. Dumao into that Molotov, and he gets ventilated by Ultimate's Galil. Twist also finds the keys. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. Full mid control conceded. You can see Barton adjust back to deal with that, just in case they're going all the way through the red. It seems like they're redoubling their efforts on towards B, and that means it's all about Lato. Lato does get that kill, but at the cost of so much of his health. So he's going to back away, play a little bit more passive. If they just explode in towards this site, there's not a whole lot that Legacy could do to deny a bomb plant.
Yeah.
Retake util, they've got the kit, but there's not a whole lot else. Here comes the smoke. And a second. They should be a free and clear site for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy's obviously got the read that they're going in this direction. They're going to try spamming the smoke, but I'd be surprised if anything connects. It will not. A little bit of spam now does get JKS down to 74, but he's still very healthy. And I imagine a save is going to be called.
Yeah, there's so much value to be had if you bring 3 rifles into the next round, and there's just nothing to facilitate an actual retake. So Liquid do win the reset round. They win the second round here. With the 3-gun save, we're going to go right back. So we're in the force by wars. We are firmly into the force by wars here, John.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you said, the next round won't really be much of a force buy for Legacy because they're going to have the 3 rifles, presumably, if they save them. I shouldn't say like that like it's a foregone conclusion, because Ukindar could catch someone if they decide to mosey along in his direction, but they will not. So, as mentioned, 3 rifles still afforded by Legacy. Yes, Dumao and Nikis are going to be a little bit tight for cash. Mike, I don't even know if they're going to force up, to be honest. Looking at the money, okay, they do. Nikis is going to get a P250, and Dumao will also be upgrading himself, I imagine, to a 5.7. There it is. And I think they're getting dropped guns as well, so it should be okay. Liquid on the other side, they're going to walk out with 3 rifles, make that a 4th, because Nav upgraded to a FAMAS, and Twist on the Mac-10. Another critical round. Lato, opener, pushing through the smoke, out of Jaguar, and Barton gets the follow-up onto Naf.
You trust the rifles in these hands. The young guns delivering, as they have so consistently here for Legacy. And now, once again, it's Liquid in trouble. Twist's kind of stuck, doesn't know if a player's still in the corner. JKS working the other side of the map, but where do you go? How do you connect the dots? Flashbang over, that confirms the players here. It's going to put the K players on high alert. But Lato and Duma will stick to their guns. This double setup right in the mouth of the cave. Right by Jaguar. It's looking strong. Did call Barton over. And here comes a timely peek, but a headshot back the other way. A follow-up here. They didn't expect a second out of bullets, but the sidearm proves enough. It was a team kill.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It was a team kill onto JKS, and Sadzin can finish it off.
I mean, it's quite clear that the struggles are kind of continuing for Team Liquid. It was kind of the case on the first map of this qualifier when they were facing off against the Fluffy Aimers, and now here they only have 6 rounds, and Legacy continue to punish them. And it feels like Liquid should have been able to bring more to the table in that one, but they couldn't. Now they're going to be able to get a couple of AKs, probably JKS on the Galil, so he can get some utility, and Yukindar are likely on the Mac 10, maybe even less than that to get the full body armor. Could just be on a pistol. But wow, that is very much a gut punch for Liquid, who can't gain any momentum here. And it all kind of started to unravel a little bit when it was 5-4 in their favor, and they were going up against those pistols. You thought, okay, they're going to get their 6th tier. They're going to start to pull away from Legacy. That didn't happen. They lose that round, and since that point, they've lacked that conviction in their play.
There have been some serious struggles against some of the softer buys, but they've got one of their own right now.
Yep.
So, if the pistols are working, maybe a little bit of that magic will be here for Liquid. And if not, well, time to think about Inferno. This does feel like a round with a lot of importance right now. If you lose here, you realistically get one more good rifle round.
Yeah.
So what can they cook? Well, they can cook full B-site control. I think the bomb might be a little tougher, but Twist does get one before going down. Problem is Lato and Barton are now on the scene, and they are so very deadly, as we have seen. Dancing around the pillar on the totem pole. It comes down to the 2v2. There's no smoke to cover this off, but there are guns!
What?
Oh, and there is a JKS! And he's all you need!
What? JKS? You gotta be kidding me. I don't know how he wins that first fight. And then the follow-ups as well. It felt like Legacy, a trade was almost certainly coming through, but no. JKS sits them all down to the ground. And there's a 7th out of nothing from Liquid. It looked like Legacy were just going to walk away with that. Liquid didn't have the util to really take that site control. So yes, they gained some forward positioning, but they can't isolate the fights towards Long B or in Cave. So they lose a couple of bodies. It feels like Legacy are putting the pressure on enough to take care of business, but there's JKS who saves the day. And now a full-on mid-push coming through from Legacy with just the pistols. The round's already over as I'm talking. 8th found for Liquid. Wow. What a turnaround, Mike. Felt like we'd see curtains for Sorry, it was going to be curtains for Liquid, and Legacy were going to start really separating themselves, but no.
Yeah. I mean... all you needed was that one force buy win. All you needed was that one breakthrough, right?
Yeah.
Now faith has been redoubled. There's energy once more. The economy's on the ropes. It's that brutal aspect of the CT side. All it takes is one good break of the eco, and then you might just never get it back all the way. Whoa. Bold. Dry swing in. Dumao ready for it. And so A main will be held for a moment, and a man advantage early on here for Liquid. Yukindar has had more success this time around than he was feeling against the Fluffy Aimers, but it still does feel like Ancient is not his greatest comfort map.
No. Yeah, definitely not. There's a clear struggle for him here on the map, and I think that might be why they tried to switch him up into A main, and he did have success, but afterwards he went back to his usual position, and JKS was taking care of business in A main. Dumao should be able to get this, yeah, pretty easy for him, in fact. Twist down in a heap. Barton manages to get another one, but Naf strikes back for 2. That could yield a plant towards B if Naf realizes how close Nikis is, but he doesn't. So that means that JKS is all by himself, left to his own devices. Did get a 3K in the previous round. I should say the previous gun round. So we'll see if he can do it again here in a much tougher clutch.
Doesn't have a ton of time to spare. That's another problem here. 20 seconds. Whoa, he's seen one. think he's going to get a bomb plant out of this. No, they'll risk it. They'll run through. Sadzin denies. Heads up play from him. Recognizing the circumstance, recognizing that he just needed to pull him off once, even if he'd lost his life there. The ramp player then would have been in position to eliminate him. So, nicely done. Heads up play. And Legacy find double digits first.
All right. The seesaw ride continues as Legacy will have to wait out this timeout called by Liquid, who do have another opportunity with the buy-up that's coming through here to continue keeping things close. It'll be 3 AKs, a Galil, and an Op. Ultimate and JKS do not really have enough for Util. I would say JKS maybe should be able to buy up a couple of pieces if he wants to, or maybe just wants to keep the economy. I don't see why he'd want to maintain that. So yeah, he is going to buy up a smoke and a nade, and here we go. Timeout's over. Liquid have talked things over. Let's see what Twists decides to call.
Tumal misses his jump.
What?
And Ultimate finds him over the smoke as he hops around. What? What was that flick with the no-scope? The gun barrel was practically on his temple. Thought he was dead to rights, but Ultimate had other things in mind. Ooh, we haven't had a good Ultimate highlight in far too long, and that's a blinder from the kid.
Wow. That was crazy. Just flicking around a reflex no-scope shot. Barton and Sadzin still standing. Sadzin a chance to punish, but can't get anything. He splits the difference. Barton now in a 1v4 spamming the Commons plan spot and actually gets one onto JKS, so this one's not over just yet. As Barton...
They're leaving.
Are they really going to leave?
They're leaving. Yeah, absolutely. They know where he is. He's CT. The bad man can't hurt them if they don't go A. So they are going to leave. Ultimate's holding the line.
Mike.
And it's all
okay.
good.
It's fine. They have time.
Look, this, oh boy, he got up the window. Okay, that timing could have gotten a little less than comfortable. But Twists will make sure there's no more damage out from Barton. So one round the gap again. The money gone for Legacy. It's going to be probably a purchase here. It's looking like a double eco for a couple of players. They could go ultra conservative, but it's a tough spot, and they want to discuss the finances. So Legacy coming in with the timeout. Explosive play from the Tomka Hawk missile himself. Netted that round. It's been a quieter map for Ultimate. Liquid would very much like to see him explode back into the server.
Yeah, that would help them find success here on Ancient for sure if he continues to make plays like that one. And you're seeing here, it will be the force buy coming through from Legacy. As you mentioned, a double eco situation. So they say, okay, well, let's send it. See if it works out for us. Lotto with the UMP-45, 2 SMGs, and 2 pistols. Not the greatest of buy-ups for Legacy. They do have a good chunk of util, such as help them stave Liquid off for a little bit, but Liquid a significant advantage here. I say that, but I feel like every time this has happened that Liquid have found a way to drop the ball.
These have been some of the more challenging rounds. Heavy presence here in towards mid. Spam ineffective outside of cave, but does confirm the MP9 purchases. More of an MP27 type of situation. This is a pretty meaty crosshair to step into. They're going to try and condense, and there are 2 players here to hold, so at least for the moment they will prevail. Prevent any major problems. And the swing back in, ineffective, but Ultimate eventually does find that kill as we settle on Nekiz's 5-7 in Donut. It's not the feeling you want in a donut, John. Personally, I'm a fan of chocolate cream. Not so much lead.
I don't think anyone's a fan of lead in their donut, Mike.
Jelly donut, great. 5-7 donut, not so delicious, but Twist will be given a full serving of it. Ultimate's now in a really bad spot, and down he goes. Off to be retrieved, but can it get away? Do they let him get away? They've got an HE. Pick your poison. There ain't no way you're escaping.
Yeah, it's impossible. Nikis was trapped. 3 players staring down at him. The nade sails in, and then it's just the bullets to finish him off. 10-10. We are all tied up. It was a 9-7 legacy lead. Sorry, 9-6 legacy lead. And then Liquid just struck back with 2 rounds very, very quickly. The second one after that was so fast because they just went for an all-out brawl towards mid, and it was over before it started on the eco. And now Legacy on another save round. They're going to have 4 USPs and the P250. Charging out towards a main. JKS can be in a little trouble here. I mean, a good spray down will take care of business here. But yeah, there you go. He only gets 2. AK drop. Barton manages to pick that up off the ground. They know they're pushing out now, though. Twist comes to support. Ultimate as well. This should be done. It absolutely is. Liquid fend them off. 11th found.
For all this work, for all this effort, for all the massive late round plays from Lotto, all the big pop-off moments, it may all be for naught. They're going to get one last hurrah. This is the full investment. This is everything being bet, all the chips pushed into the middle of the table to try and keep Liquid off of map point. It's a good buy to show for it. But it better be a good execution as well. Yakindar sticking to the SMG is interesting as well. Trying to play fast, tip of the spear. It's a rapid play on in, and we see why. Mac 10 effective, but they can't get the follow-up. Oh, Molotov's burning. Sadzin on fire. But there's still one more by the cave. Do they expect it? It's Neki's instead on the spam. Not the spam. Exposed angle out here. Who makes it happen. And they still have to contend with the cave. There's another smoke to be deployed, but they don't know. They've lost track of Lotto, and he's going to punish them for that with 2.
That is a tough one for Liquid. A little sloppy on that execute, overlooking the spots. I mean, Sadzin probably could have had, I think it was Sadzin anyway at the beginning. We could have a third at the end of it. If it wasn't for the Molotov, his shots were more on point. And I think the Molotov was guising off vision a little bit for Liquid because it felt like they couldn't track him through it. Anyway, doesn't matter. Legacy are able to get an 11th. We're tied up again, and we're going the full 24. Flashbang going to get tossed by Dumao as he tries to take this mid control. 2 players barreling down in this direction. 1 on A, anchoring that down. That is Sadzin with the AWP. Yakindar tries to go for an opening fight, this time with the rifle, and the result is actually worse than it was with the SMG as he falls immediately.
Oh, that's temptation, but Afama's not really the gun for the job. The AK a little bit more effective from Bard. So man advantage maintained. Bomb still needs to be guarded here by Naf. He's low HP. The Molotov does its work. Flushes out the prey. Now with numbers evened up, this gets interesting. I don't think they expect the op to still be in Donut. What's the X factor here? If they actually pinched Donut through A, this would be a really tough spot, but obviously that's a hell of a read. Double swing. Good trade. Opens up the middle of the map. Naf slowly making his way over. All the focus right now is on Twist, but you know they have to be wondering, where is the bomb?
Yeah.
And actually, they seem to know that Sedzin's here. Or at least that it's a distinct possibility.
I think it's more an inkling that he's in the vicinity here. Twist's going to make a lot of noise, so Sadzin probably going to hear him soon. Smoke going to get thrown, though, so Sadzin isolated. Yeah, they were very aware of the fact a player could be Donut. It means a bomb plant's going to come through, but still very low HP on these last 2 players. Only 59 HP combined.
It's all about the headshots. It's all about the headshots. Sadzin going to the rifle, recognizing that these players are low. Smokey gives him cover. He's just trying to get on the stick. I think the bomb's not planted for him, so Won't net it. Oh, Naf finds the headshot. That's all it needs to be. Mato confirms his presence. Wants to get on the stick. Bomb isn't there for twists.
I don't think
Has to make a move, and there might be some panic, but no, not at all. Ice in his veins, and map point secured for Liquid.
Oh my goodness, when Legacy watched that one back on the demo, they are going to be kicking themselves because of how low Liquid was and the advantage that they had both in terms of firepower and manpower. But good on Naf and his teammate coming through there doing a fantastic job of securing that 12th round and getting Liquid map point when it looked like it wasn't going to be possible. So now one opportunity for Liquid to close out Ancient. Otherwise, we're headed to overtime. Legacy, it's not that great of a buy. I mean, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Nikki's pushing up with a 5-7. Good flashbang thrown. Can he get one? He does. I can't believe it. And then Sadzine pitches from the other side to get a follow-up. They've got upgrades at their feet. Yakindar at least gets one onto Dumao, but they know Legacy have pushed up in this direction. Naf managed to make it even numbers at a 3v3. The bomb is still all the way near the back of, I would say, T-spawn almost.
That's the problem. Now, obviously, Legacy don't know about this, but it's going to have to pull one of these crosshairs off and out of position. Damage, though. Look at the health. It all falls to a very wounded Nikis. And they do know at least where Nikis was. And Naf will know where he is. In the dirt, in the ground, out of Ancient, because Liquid have claimed it. Legacy took them the absolute distance. Honestly, that seemed like Legacy's map for so long. But Liquid scrape it through. And that's all they need, John.
I still feel like it was Legacy's map, honestly, Mike. It never felt like Liquid had any control at all, just scampering their way to the finish line, finding a way to get across it before Legacy does. And I mean, good for them to find a way to a map victory, but they haven't looked really that clean so far throughout this close qualifier. They do head to the second map with a 1-0 lead, but Legacy are still very much in this.
Sometimes that's all it takes, though. By hook or by crook, a map win is a map win. A 13-11, the same as a 13-2. We'll be right back after this. we're back. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024 close qualifier here for NA. We got Liquid over Legacy, but by the skin of their teeth, John, on Ancient, 13-11, very much went the distance.
Yeah, same as the first series up against the Fluffy Aimers for Liquid. I mean, they just couldn't really find their rhythm. They stumble across the finish line, but like you said earlier, the point that matters, they get the W. They have the 1-0 lead heading on to Inferno, which is a much more comfortable map, I would say, for Liquid, where they've defeated the likes of Na'Vi 13-10 recently, and I think that's pretty impressive on their side. They've had a lot of tough competition. On the Legacy side, yes, they're also good at it on Inferno, but it's more against regional competition in Brazil. So I think that Liquid's experience here should reign supreme, and they should have a much better time here on this map than they have in Ancient. But I remember saying that on Mirage for that first half, Mike, and it looked very back and forth against the Flamers until they did take control in that second half. We'll see.
And I think the thing that's been most impressive about Legacy is they're tough to put away, right?
Yes.
Rounds that should be gimmies, they make expensive late round situations. Lotto pulled off some heroics. You got some force buy wins. You got some rounds that Liquid definitely shouldn't be losing that suddenly get away from them. They're tenacious on the Legacy side.
That they are. And they also did a good job of taking pistol rounds.
That they do. It's going to be a banana play. The aggression not paying off. There we go. Okay. Nick is defending. Going to back away. And while he will find one, that's now put them in a pretty compromised position here for the B defense. Sadzin is starting to rotate over, but in the meantime, Twist has found space out towards long, so he might actually just be calling his teammates over. The utility's a fake. Twist is all the way through. Which, interestingly, they're not actually going to pinch in towards B with this space. They're going to hit A. Do they expect the pit play? They don't have the molly anymore. But now they know, and NAF will dispatch, and now, big trouble on. No getting away from this. An unarmored Lato against the world, and he's just going to play for exits.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty easy read there from Sadzin as he dropped the gun, and obviously he was just trying to get something with more bullets in it, but there was a player right around that corner. It was Twist. He took care of business. Lato is just fading off, hoping to get some damage and frags, and there we go, an additional $300 at least added to his bank account. But I mean, I think that's all he's going to get. Probably Liquid just going to try and chase him down for a frag, for stats, and there's Ultimate getting the last one. It will make it 1-0 for Liquid, so they take this pistol round. Legacy are going to force up. It's going to be 5-7s across the board. You usually see a deagle or something else in the mix there, but it's all the 5-7s, and I cannot really blame them because it's 20 rounds apiece, so it's 100 bullets available before you have to reload across the entire team.
Doing the math on what the total number here is. Oh, that's how I know it's been a long day. It has taken me way too long to do math. It's the 25-35? Have I bungled that?
For what?
No, I've done the math. For 5-5-7s. 25-35.
I don't know. I think I'm a little lost here, Mike, as to what you're alluding to.
Twitch chat gets it. Someone in Twitch chat gets it.
Okay.
5 times 5 times and 5 times 7. It's the 25-35 buy.
Oh my god. I can't believe that, Mike. Oh my god.
Oh boy! And what it is 3 kills
in
quick succession. An absolute chaos. Pandemonium. Ultimate Elise is taking this side of the map, but Yeki, you better get over here. Yeki, you better get over here. Better link up with your teammate because they're trying to chase you down. Good line hold from Ultimate for the moment. Smokes don't actually have to cross Dumao. Dumao will try the spam, and plenty of time to get the numbers punched in before this banana flank comes through.
Whew. Nice job with the MAC-10 there by Ultimate. 2v2. Legacy do have a Galil picked up off the ground, and that's going to be actually Barton getting Yakindar. It's all down to Ultimate with the MAC-10. I mean, do they have a kit? They don't, so we can buy time, but no, it's not enough. They will get the defusal, and Legacy win the force buy with the 5.7s bought up, or the 25.35s, as Mike aptly put it, because Team Liquid are going to fall to those pistols. Unbelievable stuff there by Legacy, and again, like these types of rounds, Liquid letting them fall by the wayside, and this time it happens very, very quickly.
Actual madness, the 25-35.
That's what that round is now going to be coined as. I finally got it, Mike. It took me too long, honestly.
It's getting late. It's getting late. You can imagine how it's weighing on the players as well. Although, I actually don't know where in the country Legacy are. I know Liquid are West Coast in their LA facility. I think Legacy are probably Dallas? Do we know where they are? Are they in the US or are they in Monterey?
I'm not sure.
Got questions. Where's the team house? Someone will give us answers. Someone will do. Let's see if they can bring this one back, actually. The Keys gets his bell rung. Man advantage for Liquid. We're definitely not out of the force by wars yet. There's still a minute 10 on this clock, so even though the smokes are going down, they're all depleted now. All the choke point utility is gone. There's no mollies. There's no smokes. When Liquid decide where they want to group up and hit, there could be some serious problems here. Biggest vulnerability is going to be on towards B. But right now, it just seems to be Yakindar throwing a fake and overexposing himself. He will get caught. Spam through that smoke. Oh, the jiggle. JKS is just waiting for a head to be served on a silver platter, but he may have waited too long. He's lost his teammate. As a result, goes in for the execution. But now, they got to contend with Barton on the site. And they can do no such thing.
That's just weird, man. Like, Liquid had all that space up arch side, and JKS loses his teammate, even though he probably should have taken that fight a little bit sooner. And then once he does, so much damage from the headshot down to 7 HP. That's, again, another tough one for Liquid. A Legacy are going to take the round. Second one in a row for them, looking to make it 3 in a row, and it shouldn't be that difficult now as they're only up against Glocks and a P250. Nothing else purchased up by Liquid, and there's those nades. Oh my goodness, this is going to be tough. Incendiary comes through. Dumao putting the pressure on. Another nade toss forward, and there's the frag onto JKS. There's no way Liquid gets out of this situation.
It's the greatest P250 round you've ever seen happens. No, it's looking dire. I mean, unarmored pistols. Just not expecting to do much. Well, let's see. McKees collects the first. Some potential with the A1S to simply run out of bullets if they throw enough at you. But Sudzin is there to reinforce, and it's no problem. So 3 rounds on the board for Legacy. The guns will come back out for Liquid, though. We'll see if they can crack this one on through.
Well, we'll have to see. Honestly, it's looked anything but convincing for Liquid throughout this qualifier so far. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see a team upset them, whether it be here against Legacy or perhaps further on into the qualifier where they go to the lower bracket or into the grand finals. We'll see. Dumao charging up here towards Banana. He's got the Mac MP9, excuse me, and he gets eliminated by Yakindar. A little overzealous there, although Yakindar's down to 1 HP, and oh my goodness, there it is. Second time's a charm. Lato gonna finish off Yakindar, so now we're even at a 4v4, and Nikis and Lato are both stacked up here. I don't think Liquid are gonna expect 2 more players here, and they absolutely do not. Twist and Ultimate deleted. 4v2 for Legacy.
The catastrophic top banana fight. The There's time to cook still for JKS and now. Two strong late game players. That's a nice nade. Barton thought he was backing away from it. He actually just caught it on his chin. Sadson goes down. That pit player's in trouble. It's a big if, though. Playing it very safe. Does eventually falter. Now they know. Ooh, didn't have spot.
I think so.
I think so. Should know. I'm not sure he does, though. Has the right idea. Drops down into mini pit. Barton's stuck here. Player out towards Moto. But yeah, he's not prepared. Lost track of him. The patience from Barton pays off, and there's just not enough time. There's not enough time. It's not a possibility. It is a fourth for Legacy.
What is happening here for Liquid? I mean, that is just very difficult. I mean, first of all, you're already in a 2v4 situation that shouldn't have really happened the way it did for Liquid. And then, I don't know. I guess he didn't see him. I'm not sure because his head was clearly visible to us. So there was a moment in time where should have been able to spot him, but it doesn't happen. And then he gets overcome by that pit player. After that, they can't really do much else because it's a 1v3 and there's no time left. So Liquid, after getting the pistol round, have seen nothing else, and it's only going to get worse, it seems. Dumao going to get the opening frag onto Twists. Armor and pistols bought up by Liquid, but they're saving for the next round. Outside of that, and well, that next round might arrive sooner rather than later. It's already a 5v2, now a 4v2 as JKS blindsides Nikis and upgrades himself to an AK, but they still need to get some space here gained in towards either bomb site. And well, JKS is gone now, leaving it all to Yakindar, who doesn't have the bomb on his back yet.
No, and doesn't have a path. Once he does secure it, at least he'll be allowed to grab it. This would be improbable, to say the least. Start of this map has been frustrating, I'd imagine, for the Liquid players. There is a path here through the halls. But if he comes out Boiler, don't think he's going to love what he finds. Shot in the back! And no chance at the round.
All right, so here we go. This is when it starts for Liquid, more than likely. AKs across the board, full util. Let's see what they decide to call here. Need to look a little more coordinated, more of what we saw, I would say, in the first round, right? Pistol round went well, and even the second round, for a moment, it looked like they were doing pretty decently, and then they got shut down by the 5-7s. I don't know. It's just been so very rough for Liquid. Let's see if they can get something back here. Nade's going to get Nikindar down to 41 now. Zine waiting with the op, standing in the Molotov, and it's worth it! He gets the shot onto Ultimate 5v4 in favor of Legacy. Yakindar continue to hang around, trying to spam through that smoke and connect, not seeing the lineup for Lato, gets it onto JKS. Naf pauses a little too long because, okay, finally does get the trade, but still, that was a little risky. Lato is going to fall. The problem is it's still a significant HP advantage here for Legacy. Nikis waiting in Boiler. Naf clears it. Oh, he double takes, and it's too late. Nikis makes it a 4v2 again.
Feels like a lot of the micro details aren't here for Liquid. Just some less than disciplined clears, some sloppy corner rounding, just little things that Legacy are doing a great job of punishing. 45 seconds on the clock. Kindar wary of a potential banana push coming through. But it's really Barton in the pit they would have to tango with. 30 seconds. I think he might be trying to sell some presents. No. They'll double up their efforts. They'll try and make a play towards A. They've got a Molotov for the pit. Barton could be vulnerable here. And if he goes down, distinctly a possibility. Here's that Molotov. Barton swings and gives up his life. Bomb going to be planted. There will be a chance at this clutch. He's wary that someone else is here, but eventually has to get these numbers punched in. No time to spare. And there it is. Bomb money secured, at the very least for Liquid. What Can Yekindar do? Yeki advancing. If he goes for the loop, if he goes for the wrap, he's getting a little bold on towards this moto fight, wants to take the initiative, never a passive player. And he's done so. He's gotten off the site. He's gotten off the spot. They might not expect this. Cleared out pit. Put a smoke down. He's got the lineup spotted the second as well. Knows he's deeper in towards the site. Knows he's on the bomb. Oh, he's pulled him off.
What?
Footsteps were enough. Footsteps were enough. Dumao heard it. And now he knows he has to stick. Just one more pull. One more pull. And that's enough. There's not enough time for this defuse. I don't believe. And the bomb's going to go off. Yekindar has done it. He has clutched this out.
Honestly, I great job by Yekindar, honestly, to clutch that one out. But still, I thought if Dumao stuck that, maybe he would have been able to pull it off. I know Yekindar's pushing up, but he didn't necessarily have the angle right away, and he'd have to go around the box. Maybe it would have whiffed a spray. I don't know. If I'm Dumao, I'm chancing that, and well, it doesn't happen. And finally, somehow, some way, a round swings the way of Liquid as they get themselves a second timeout going to be called because, yeah, they definitely need to talk things over to see how they can improve moving forward, as that one cost them a lot of money. Looking on the other side, Legacy still healthy enough to get a full buy up here. Sadzin's already had his impact both here and in the previous map. He's up to 7, and Barton leading the charge with 8. We go into it. 8th round of play. Liquid, as mentioned, their money not pretty. 3 Galils, 2 AKs. Not even full util available to them. Molotov and smoke going to get tossed forward. Not sure if that smoke missed the mark or not from the Liquid side as it lands on their side instead of the opposite one. Anyway, Yekindar, again, down low early, down to 34 HP. Sadzine, the opener, onto JKS, who tried to slip through, but it doesn't happen. I'm not even sure if Sadzine saw him, or if that was just a random spam, or shot through the smoke, I should say, with the op. Either way, it will be another man advantage early for Legacy.
Had a lot of these. It's been Liquid on the back foot more often than not.
Yeah, even on Ancient.
These sort of milling early rounds have not knitted them a lot. Got this top banana control, so the natural response is then go and take brackets presence. But if they go around in towards short, they're going to find that op. Going to find the business end of it. Nick, he's pulling away. Anticipating the B play, actually pulling off at a really inopportune time because now the hit's coming through. It's going to be on to Sadzine. What's he got? He's missed his first shot. Got a tag actually on towards Twist. And now out by the truck. One goes forward. It's messy, but it's good. It's so very good for the op. Another clutch required. This one even tougher. Bomb going to get planted. So money secured again. And Yeki will opt to go towards the AWP. Fighting in. Was the scope heard? I believe it would have been. So now they'll know to play in the numbers. There's the spot. Definitely confirmation here. He knows it's just a matter of time. Molotovs to harass Harry. 9 HP. One more kill. Honestly, maximizing the opportunity, but at this point, maximizing the moment. Doesn't really matter if you can't win the round.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Yekindar had taken all that damage at the beginning of the round, so he's left in a situation where he picks up the op, knows it's a 1v3, but something crazy has to happen, and while he does get that one, just not even close to enough. Legacy played that very well and very patiently, so already up to 6, 4-round lead for them. And if they get this next one, it'll be the biggest lead that either team has had throughout this series so far. Looking at Liquid, there's a half buy. 3 Mac 10s, 2 Tech 9s, very serviceable. Twist could get one here quickly, and there it is, jumping through the air. It's in fact Ultimate, blinded with the Tech 9 getting that. Twist charging in towards Mini Pit, finds a follow-up. They've got a sight.
And here you go. Decisive action, faster play, lesser weaponry, but faster maneuvers. We're 30 seconds into the round, and the round's over. Bomb's going down. does mean Liquid will be back on the board. Still an opportunity to knot things up here in the first half here on their T side. This will certainly go a long way to doing it. And some of these late round heroics for Yiki now mean that the money is not really there for Legacy. They really want to hang on to these guns. There's a lot of utility as well in these players. Everyone they lose would be a bit of a catastrophe.
I think it's worth it to go for the chase on Liquid's side, but well, they do have one player charging up. It's Ultimate, and he's dead. Sadzine taking care of business. I'm surprised that the Mac 10 Tech 9s don't go all in on that because you didn't really invest much into the round anyway, so you might as well try it. But, you know, Legacy are able to save those 3 guns, Liquid playing it more conservatively. And now Naf is the one onto the SMG in this round. 4 rifles around him. Liquid want to get up to a 4th, speaking of which. There's that jump throw for Legacy, getting that immediate mid smoke. And I think they want to charge and get aggressive. Yeah, 3 players going out into alt mid, and it catches Naf completely off guard, and JKS as well. 5v3 in favor of Legacy. Twist dips his toes into the Molotov. That takes down to 75, and now he's down to 0. Lato finding Ultimate. This is all Legacy all the time. Yeki, again, the last one standing.
This one feels too much to ask. I mean, he doesn't even have bomb control. Would have to cover so much ground just to get back to the C4. And as soon as he rounds this, yeah, not going to happen. No way, no how. Too much has been asked of the man. So it's going to be back down to a bit of a weird buy here for Liquid. There is cash in reserve. Actually, this is pretty dang good. But, man, the victories have been few and far between here on the T side of Inferno. They have been struggling mightily to get a read on Legacy.
I mean, and not to mention, if you look at the stats for Liquid, they do win the majority of the rounds on T side. So this becomes even more problematic heading into the second half for the Liquid squad. Barton is going to get right around that nade. Doesn't take any damage. Yakandar, again, charging down Banana. Hasn't had much success here. Flashbang going to get tossed as he throws the smoke. And then a smoke in return. The counter util is strong from Legacy, and they push them back all the way. Nikis finds the opener onto JKS. I mean, I feel like Legacy has had the opening frag in probably, I'd say 70-80% of the rounds.
Does feel that way.
But yeah.
Yeah, these opening duels have been insanely one-sided. Honestly, outside of the fast pistol round where they just killed everybody on A, it almost feels like every round has started with a 5v4 for Legacy.
For Liquid. Oh, yeah. Yes.
That is a tough way to play Counter-Strike, right? Always playing from a deficit.
You do not have the odds in your favor.
Here we go. Out they go. They weren't ready for Barton. So that's a freebie served up. Sadzin stays alive. The timing's a little bit awkward here with this Moto smoke up. They gain the ground. Twist finding damage, but they need more. Trying to pop that smoke. It's Ultimate to deliver. Now just Sadzin in the back corner, but Sadzin still causes a price to be paid. Bomb's going to be planted. Ultimate has to clutch this up. And fast into the fray goes Dumal, but he's ahead of his teammate. Now there's all the time in the world for Ultimate to reposition. It's just Lato. And Ultimate is giving him the slip in towards mini pit. The bomb's not planted for him, so Lato may not expect this position. Does he have the presence of mind to check it? Does he have the awareness? He's got the read. Process of elimination leads him to suspect it's a team ace for Legacy and an 8th round.
Wow. And the biggest lead for either team throughout this series so far. 5 rounds separating Legacy from Liquid. I mean, look, it's been sloppy for Liquid. Even in that round, it felt like they were going to lose a lot sooner than that. And then they managed to pull it back, but couldn't finish the job. And a little bit of impatience, I would say, there with the re-peek into Library, right? Because you could have just tucked in with your teammate and then gone together or tried to do something. But instead, it's just an isolated fight while the bomb is being planted. they lose that player, and it's left down to a 1v2 instead of being a 2v2 post plant. Now another quick hit attempted, and Lato gets 2 immediately. He was flashed out by his teammate, and that led to a couple of frags through the smoke. 5v3 for Legacy. Liquid have NAF, JKS, and Twist, but this has just been a first half to forget for the NA side.
Yeah, it just feels like every round starts with them sticking their face in a blender.
Mm-hmm.
Don't recommend that, as a matter of course. They'll play this one out, because why not? It is the last round of the half. Try and take this space. Blocked off from the flower pots. This smoke on should be a pretty good chance at a bomb plant. And they found Lato up on those pots. That's a nice early find. On Coffin's players low. Doomou's 1 HP. All of this utility has been spent. One flash now deployed. Actually does get Twist some forward ground. Legacy now attempt their retake. Nade doesn't find its mark. There's no Molotovs. But a million flashbangs to guys off the site will not block the vision of NAF. Time enough to get a new magazine in. A fresh one on. A crossfire established. And Liquid scrape a 4th round to send us to the break.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopfhack, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis.
Battling back from a 3v5 in the final round, Liquid managed to stack on a 4th, but it was Legacy all the way in that first half of play. They'll be looking to change their fortunes here if Liquid need that 2-0. It's Nuke if we get to the decider. And Legacy in prime position to make that a reality?
Yeah, I think they let that last round of the first half slip away. Could have easily been 9, especially with that opener, but they gave up banana control, I think, by a little bit too much and allowed those smokes to isolate them from the site. And I mean, Liquid should not gain full site control and still have 5 members alive on the Legacy side. You should at least be fighting and finding some trades or something. But anyway, it is in the past. We are into this second half. We'll see if Legacy can continue to try and get that pistol round magic going. Even though they lost that first pistol, they won 4 rounds after it, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. See if they can get themselves that 9th they let slip away in that first half. JKS watching from pit. And Legacy are biding their time. As you mentioned, Mike, they do like to play very slow on their T side.
Out they go. Straight into JKS. Ultimate claimed. JKS is still alive here in the pit, and now a lot of reinforcements are available. Bombs in the apps. Not fully committed just yet. Sudson could bail out. Well, no, not anymore. Oof. But he's going to pay off his decision. And a dink on the NAF and an execution as well. This guy's nuts. Damn good with the pistols in hand. So falls to one Yekindar to try and pull back an improbable clutch, and well, they're going to get the numbers punched in right under his nose.
Yekindar needs some quick headshots to come through on his side, and they're not giving him any fights at all. Why should they? Forcing him to hunt down each and every frag, and he will get nothing. Naki's the 2K. Sadzine, though, a 3K. He's up to 18 frags. He was unbelievable in the first BO3 for Legacy, and he continues to be the hot hand here on Inferno and on map number 1 even of Ancient up against Team Liquid. And it's the 5-round lead restored here. Liquid, do they go into the 4 Spy Wars? I don't know. They might just want to wait until they can get the guns up, and yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do.
I love the peekaboo micro of Nekiz slipping out of the pit. Just a subtle little detail. But obviously the expectations, there's a player tucked in there. Expectation here is that IGL, the captain of the squad, is going to farm up some anti-ecos. Money made here. None of it coming with the SMGs, though. 3 rifle kills and a nade. So he's not teaching an economics class here. He's not maximizing the opportunity. Just making sure the round doesn't get out of hand.
Ultimate's committed to this.
I believe in the Zeus. Getting active. And because he abandoned his post as the Zeuser, he loses his life. What could have been, John?
I mean, the Zeus play, right? That's that would have been the difference, finding that one with the Zeus towards Banana in that 5v1.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Liquid need a lot right now, right? It's 6-round lead for Legacy. They've got the guns back, but it's still not the best of buy-ups. 2 M4 A1Ss, the M4A4, and 2 MP9s available for Liquid. Yekindar, I mean, yeah, he's going to go for another quick fight. He's tried to be aggressive multiple times. There we go. It works out. I don't know how because he got down to 12 HP, but it does. Dumao is deleted. JKS waiting at the porch and actually will get that frag onto Sadzini. Checks the wrong corner. 5v3 for Liquid. Finally an advantage, and JKS delivers another one before he falls, but Twist wraps it up with a pretty bow. The 2K comes through, and Liquid are on to 5.
It's getting a little bit of an earlier start now in this half. There's going to be an investment coming right back the other way, so they're not out of the woods. But the aggression down Banana pays off. JKS with a really timely peek on the porch. That one goes to plan. Actually wild that Yekindo is continuing to stick onto the MP9.
Yeah.
Has had a little bit more fun with the SMGs in this map, perhaps.
I mean, it was on Ancient 2, right? Remember CT side? He kept going for the MP9.
Flashbang for the peak. And a kill found off the MP9. So doubt not the magic of the SMG. As he is collected and backed away.
I think he's just in a bit of a rut, so he's thinking, okay, well, I guess I'll go with the SMG, which is the only gun that seems to be working in his favor so far. Nap could get caught off here, and he does, but he does damage at the very least before falling. Yekindar waiting around the corner, not popping around for the trade. Spam comes through, and JKS is gone as well. Twist finds Twist finds Sadzine at the very least to make it an even 3v3, and now he finds the follow-up on the Nikis. The bomb won't be planted. Liquid regain control of the site before things get out of hand.
Whoa, the face into the spam, though. That was expected from Barton. Pre-firing it. Have they lost track of Yekindar? That's the big question. They don't look super aware.
Nope.
Oh, they're decidedly not. So that's going to be an execution. That drops the bomb on down. Now a teammate's coming up. Banana, and actually not even going to be required. Chaos. How on earth? He'd gotten the first kill on Banana, right? But it was so long ago that they'd since assumed that he'd rotated off. And it catches them completely unawares.
That is so very strange, especially considering afterwards. I mean, yes, of course, you have to check CT as you're coming around that corner, but probably should have been lasered in to Yakindar's position. All right, well, Yakindar maybe stick to the MP9. He does upgrade to an AK. We'll see how this one goes. He will continue to be aggressive, it seems, as the util dump happens for Liquid, and they should have control here of Banana. I mean, there's going to be a great flashbang throw, but here comes the spam with the bullets, and there's Yakindar striking true for 3 and Naf for 2. That round is over in very quick succession. 7th for Liquid, so yeah, now only 3 rounds back.
Closing this gap rapidly. Nothing like stacking 6 kills in 2 rounds as well. It's a nice one for Yakindar. Numbers going to be looking nice after that. 99 ADR. All about the DAR.
The Yakindar.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's ultimate. Who's getting wild and weird with it. A boost up on the half wall, but ultimate. Down below, that would have been the bomb. That would have been the bomb.
Oh.
I almost wish they'd even more fully committed into it. But now they've lost all their B defenders, so that bomb's going to make a fast move over towards the Bravo site. Tool off here. JKS waiting for that. Now it makes this a viable retake. The bomb will be uncontested in its plant.
I feel like Liquid kind of have to go for this. There's no, but they got money. You got to try something. I think they're just readjusting here, right? Right?
Not about it.
Okay. No, Mike. It looks like maybe they're thinking
There's
about
not
it.
enough
There's just
time
no
at this
time
point.
at this point. Yeah.
They're not about it. Don't try and talk yourself into this, John. It's not happening. They're playing for exits. Well, and now it's the worst of both worlds. Gun lost, and nothing taken out with it.
Just when you have your Yakindar and 8K and Ultimate 9K.
There's money to spare. There's
7K,
not a lot of rounds to lose,
Yeah.
but I think they just didn't fancy their timing. They're very
perhaps
out
so.
of position.
Perhaps so. And I mean, there is the argument that you need to keep your CT side as healthy as possible in terms of economy, but like a Legacy's on to 11. You've only got 2 more rounds potentially, so you might as well take the gamble. But they are going to call a timeout here after investing, maybe just to discuss things and see what they want to do differently. I mean, again, they keep going aggressively into these fights, head first into them, and Legacy are punishing round after round. More so in that first half is what it was when they were punishing. But here, right there, 3 players gone right at the beginning, and there was nothing they could do towards Top Banana to really respond. They've got to make an adjustment.
So we've seen some effective Banana aggression, but that last round they got absolutely stymied by the player up on half wall. Maybe need the third player over if you're going to do it. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Doubling down. More util. Look at that nade damage. Oh, those are some serious red bars. And now Ultimate has found a player. Boosted up to peer down mid. That AWP is ringing out. This is the way Liquid drew it up. Sudzin gone. Dumao still limping.
Just going to say much better there for Liquid on the banana fight. They throw the util, they dump the nades, they do the damage, and they don't aggress into it. They have the 3-man setup waiting for something to come through from Legacy, and it doesn't. And afterwards, Ultimate just delivers a couple of nice frags with the AWP. So a little bit of patience going a long way there for Liquid and Legacy. They are fully resetting into spawn, Mike. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what they're thinking at this moment. There's just like a committing to the save with 1 minute left?
Seems to be the case. They've got the lead. They've got the cushion. There's money on Sudzin. There's money on Nekiz. So assuming they'll be able to get a buy around with it. Look at all the utility they have as well. They are going to full save this. And they're assuming that Liquid will not be eager for the hunt as well. Gentleman's agreement here. How do you say that? Don't know that Yakindar's ever seen a hunt he's not into.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
And I mean, if they can clock any of these players. 12 seconds. This is going to get interesting. There's money to spare. 3, 2, 1. Nope, they don't fancy it.
It's weird. It's weird to go that far and then just say, you know what? Nah. I mean, I guess they figured that there was 3 players in T-spawn and it would have been a very dangerous crossfire to walk into, but still. Lead cut to 3 again. Liquid just fend off that early attempt, and Legacy pull the plug completely because they realized that they would have a full buy-up if they sent those 3 AKs to save. And there you go. AKs across the board, full util. Legacy press the reset button. They're going to try for some banana control again. Nekiz throwing the Molotov, the smoke probably close behind. Liquid not dumping that much util just yet. There's a little bit more. All right. Probably reason they have the control. Realizing they have the control now. Ultimate misses the shot. He splits the difference. It could have been a collab potentially, but now Dumao gets 2. JKS only 1, and Legacy are storming into the A site. Liquid. Oh,
they're
man,
saving?
they're going to call for the save in this situation? Why?
Oh,
they have
my
money.
goodness.
They can, Mike, they can buy up. There's absolutely zero reason for Liquid to go for a save.
I mean, it'll be minimum loss bonus, I think. But there's 7,500 on Yekindar. JKS and Ultimate will both be able to save. You can drop a gun. This feels too conservative.
What?
This feels almost absurd. It's a low percentage retake, but still, this one feels a little bizarre. And Legacy are going to be very happy about it because we might just be seeing ourselves on Nuke.
Yeah, like the only way, I mean, we're going a long way to find a reasoning behind this, but if Liquid wins the next round and only has 1 player left alive and does that for a couple of rounds in a row to keep this one going, then it will make sense, right? But I mean, they're down 12-8. That requires them to win the next 2 rounds. It's so strange. I really, that's the only explanation I can come through with, and it's not a great one. 4 rounds back, map point available for Legacy. Hi. Let's see. Ultimate, he seems happy, dancing around here. Wants to hit some shots here with the AWP. Hasn't been the best of maps for him, nothing compared to his performance previously on Ancient. He is a strong player for this Liquid squad. Nade going to get tossed by Yakindar. Legacy are just biding their time. They're waiting. Want to make Liquid get impatient and force some pushes to come through.
JKS is going to be tested. JKS is going to be tested on the smoke fade. Here they come. Ultimate right on the other side. JKS will keep his AWPer safe for the moment. Look at the damage he's done. And Twist now lines them up and knocks them down. JKS set that all up, though. And now bombs under the control of Team Liquid, Sadzin, and Dumao. How do they want to approach this?
Well, 35 seconds left. They don't have bomb control, so they're going to have to try and work together. Yekindar, he's got a good line here. Oh, gets spotted by Dumao and gets away. So no real harm there. 25 seconds left. Legacy don't really have enough time to go and get the frags and get the bomb plant. So they're probably just going to pull the plug here, and it will be a 9th round found for Liquid, Mike.
Inching closer to that OT line. Legacy not wanting to risk any less than opportune chances, but regardless, this buy's going to get weird. Limitations to the util. AKs across the board, better than I expected, to be quite frank.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 AK saves, it actually ends up being pretty strong on the Legacy side. But still, 3 rounds in a row required from Liquid just to push this one to overtime. They are going to send a couple of players down towards that banana fight, which, I mean, more often than not, Legacy's just been waiting on the util dump now. A little bit of spam coming through here. Tiny bit of util damage taken by Nikis, and then returning the favor on the other side towards Yekindar.
Smoke Molotov, but no peek behind it. Boost up over. Oh, flashbang check. That's Dumel. Managed to dodge that flash. Half-wall player was in big trouble. Nick is fortunate that he had a teammate close at hand, but now forcing it through the smoke, and that's been punished. It's a disaster now for Liquid. Legacy looked like this might just be Inferno, locked and loaded. Bomb's getting planted. That can't be denied, certainly. There's still a player back on T-Ramp.
Barton.
Actually unreal. Ultimate stunned. And at this point, now, Legacy just need 2 more kills. Trying to lock these in. Lotto has found the first. It's all on to JKS. But try as he might, rage against the players on the other side. There's just no time. There's no chance. It's Legacy to lock things in, to bring us through to Nuke. We are going the distance here, John. We are burning some of the midnight oil. We are going all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, Legacy, even though they lose map 1, I still feel like they've looked like the better team throughout the first 2 maps. And on Inferno there, I questioned a lot of the decision-making from Liquid, in particular, the 3v4 save with OT pretty much on the line, basically surrendering OT in a situation that didn't really make that much sense. If you looked at the money there at the end of the map, 3 players were above 5K before the round even ended. So it's just super strange. I don't know what to think of it, but it's, again, one that Liquid can just put in the rear view mirror and say, forget about that map. They go on to Nuke to try and close it out. But Legacy, I think they're looking like the better team, as mentioned. So they may be the ones headed to that grand final first.
They may indeed. We'll find out after this break.
passieren. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found.
We're back here into the action at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024 closed qualifier. One of these teams will be in the grand final of this qualifier, one step away from IEM Rio. One of these teams will be rather disappointed with themselves, and Liquid going to be rather disappointed with letting that Inferno get away from them. Legacy, a really strong game, some really strong early advantages, and they managed to close it out, John.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go on to Nuke, which is more of a 50-50, even though I felt like all the maps we played so far have kind of been a 50-50 between both these squads. And I'm not even sure the stats are going to matter too much, because if you looked at them for the previous map, it felt like Liquid should have had a significant edge given the competition they've gone against, but that wasn't even a factor at all. So now we go to Nuke, and I feel like obviously there's a knife round here. Maybe Liquid want to try and get that so they can start CT side and have whatever advantage they can possibly get going into the map, because things have been very dire for them throughout this series.
They have been. I do think we need to acknowledge the fact that Legacy definitely got some fortunate breaks in terms of the opening duels. Now, that is a consistent thing. So when it's consistent, we look at maybe they're just setting themselves up well for it. But it's never fun playing virtually every round with 4 players alive off the rip. And it felt like that was happening just so frequently for Liquid.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that first half, like I was saying, while it was happening, I think it was 70-80% of the time, they were down 4v5 in the first 20 seconds of the round. So they were constantly trying to climb their way back into it. Even in that second half, it was still happening, although not as much because they started to get some rhythm going. But, you know, at the end of it, look at that last round, for example, you know, they had 2 players go down immediately at the beginning of the round. I should say second to last round. It was a 5v3, but they managed to pull that one back. Anyway, we go on here to Nuke. Let's see if Liquid can recover from that map loss and prevent the reverse sweep from Legacy.
Zoom out. Made it costly, but oh my goodness, this is turned on its head. The duel outside goes the way of Liquid, and they strike first here on Nuke.
Alrighty. Well, that's fast. 1-0 in favor of Liquid, and that's great that they're able to get things going. Of course, it looks like Legacy did win the knife round as they are on the CT side. But Liquid, I mean, if you can get your T side going quickly and early, then you can obviously set yourself up for success as you switch over to the opposite end. With fans, they can have 2 max and 3 wheels up against Legacy. Full on save aside from its eagle picked up by now, and this A site and the outside yard.
No presence ramp.
Yeah.
The stack is fully prepared for the outside play, which does mean that there is no plan B. If they go anywhere else on this map, there's not really a response. And somehow, Yekindar has just actually passed everybody. Now he's realizing it. Now he's figuring it out. Damage done on. They've taken the site. This should be the round, though Nap is lost outside. Whoa, don't overface here. Losing your gun would be the worst result. There's no need to make this expensive.
Yep. Lotto getting the deagle from Dumel. He's the healthier player. I'd imagine they try to go into this here because they didn't invest much into the round. There's Dumel waiting for that smoke to fade. They want to get as many bodies down as possible. I think that's the first objective here for Legacy, and nothing else will fall, though. JKS takes care of business, gets the 3K. Got a little bit sloppy. Honestly, Yekindar peeking down into hell from that position was a little scary, and he goes down to 11 HP or 12 HP, but he still managed to survive, and he pulls off of that fight just in time to avoid what could have been potentially another disastrous round for Liquid, but they do secure it and make it 2-2. Nothing, even though, yes, it was expensive and they do have to reinvest a couple of guns. On the Legacy side, they've got the op out for Sadzine, who has been a very potent player here for them throughout the day. What's happening to Lotto? Is he just burning in a Molotov here?
Seems to be the case. Pressure on up top. Nicky, as though, has found Naf. that's a nice early start. Nice early collection here in the big garage. Looking for more. They look like they want to go for a mini drop. Pressure on. JKS just on the other side of the squeaky door. And there's that smoke pop. Ultimate clearing out to Mao. Things getting very chaotic now. As Nekis has been lost in the garage. They actually want to press in towards mini. 2 players here. There's a lot of options open to Liquid, and they don't know it yet, but lower is free for the taking.
And they have a lot of time, too, to kind of explore the map here with this man advantage. Lato and Barton. I like the initiative they're taking in towards lobby, and it yields a frag. JKS gone. No trade in sight. 3v3. That's fantastic from Legacy, and Liquid kind of losing a lot of map control with that frag coming through. They're trying to reaggress themselves in towards lobby, but Barton's already tucked away.
To be fair,
and look where Lato's gotten.
You know you left outside open.
Yeah.
You know you killed the lobby lurk. How on earth would you expect them to double up back in towards lobby?
Well,
like, this is such a tough one to read. Lato, oy, that's a bit of a hash of it. Twist didn't quite get the kill. Yekindar will eventually run it down. But now they just get to pick where they want to go. And the answer is heaven. And there's no one home. There's no one here to defend A. I don't know how Legacy were supposed to have read this round. Liquid have definitely left some risks in it, but at the end of the day, they've completely bamboozled the Brazilian players, and I really can't blame them for it. Even with that kill, they're so out of position. They don't have armor on Sudson. They don't have a kit. I guess Barton might give this a look. Players are pretty off the spot as well. They're going to give it a chance.
No smoke, though. They could just try to stick it. I mean, Liquid's not really in a position here. So, yeah.
Well, they're not going to win the round. They might keep the players around. But no kit. Not full 10 second. It's a death sentence. Sadzin, do you make it away?
Oh!
The only survivor.
Just barely surviving with the op in his hand, so that will help. It could even justify a force buy here for Legacy, although I think a light buy would be the better call and keep themselves above 2K. Well, no, they're going all in. They're trying for it, and again, I can't blame them. I think with the amount of money they had, it's worth a shot around that AWP, especially considering that Liquid lost every single player in that previous round. But I mean, the good news is for Liquid is they've got 3 in a row to kick off Nuke on their T side, which is the tougher side to get the rounds going here on this map. And JKS deleted immediately. Ultimate the trade. It's back and forth. And as it stands, a 3v2 thanks to Yakindar on the tail end, finding Barton. There's going to be another player challenging here. Nikis, they don't expect it. They finally recover and get their guns out. But Nikis is able to slip away and throws the Molotov. How is he still alive?
Is he just bulletproof? They're just Looney Tunesing him. They're drawing outlines around him. But once again, a path towards an A plant has been left open. There is no one here. A lobby push means that there is a flank coming in towards ramp, but, well, don't need to worry about that. It's going to be kind of an awkward engagement again. MP9 at that range, not the gun. Not the gun for it. And now Snappy on the trigger. Nikis is not giving himself enough time for this. He doesn't have a kit, again. It's a full 10-second defuse. Just coming over heaven now. And he does not have the time.
No. I think he was just trying to maybe spot a player or keep them on the site, but that's not going to happen. Neff should be okay. Nope, he's not. This bomb on you. There's so few safe spots, honestly. You really have to be far
2
away
HP, you better be in the corner of T-spawn by the car
exactly. That's what
counting the license plate numbers.
Time are going to be called by Legacy. Liquid finally gotten a bit of a roll for themselves here. 4 rounds in a row. Legacy forcing up in that previous one, but it's still okay because their loss bonus now 3,400. Probably could buy up again. Nekis could drop one. That's probably what they're discussing right now. I mean, you kind of have to. Liquid. Hoping to make it 5 here. More potent buy-up coming through from Legacy now. 2 A1Ss, the op, and the 2 MP9s. Util's pretty strong as well, so they'll be able to contest here. See what Liquid decides to do. Maybe slow down the pace even further, or just go straight into a fight. Looks like they might want to get aggressive here. They already sent 2 players to lobby. Now they're slowing up a little bit with all these smokes. 3 already deployed by Legacy, 2 by Liquid. As it stands, each team still hasn't encountered the other. Ultimate's on top of Marshmallow as well. Well, Liquid appear to be leaning towards the outside here of the map, and no one really going to fight them. I mean, Nikis is here and Lato as well, but I mean, the smokes are probably going to isolate them, and the player towards Secret has already backed off.
Yeah, it's the op as well. So you would have liked to have that on these wide sight ranges. Nikis, what do you got? One? Only one. Bit of a whirlwind. That bot Sadzin's back in the right angle. Dumau's collected one in the meantime, so now it's pressure on for Liquid. Oh, and all this outside control has cost them dearly. Dumau punishing from the heaven. He's ultimate in the clutch. It matters if he can find it, but the player up Mustang, Dumau, will not miss. And it's Legacy on the board.
It felt like perhaps the better play for Liquid would have been to go towards Secret in that instance, but instead they try to go in towards Mini. And I mean, yes, they do get the advantage trading out Nikis after he finds that one with the MP9, but it's just that there were too many bodies up for Legacy. I think one from Lockers that ended up striking true and bringing that to the man advantage for the Legacy side. So, well, Liquid, maybe a bit of a misstep, but they're going to try and recover here. It is a force buy, surprisingly. They didn't have to, but they're going to go for it with the Tech 9s and the Galil. The smoke slows them up, and I thought they were going to go faster, but now a nade sails in. Legacy posted up. They've got a great crossfire, and Lato just spams. All he has to do is fire. They walk into his crosshair 3 times. Sadzine finding twists, and Kindar is also gone. Second in a row for Legacy.
And that's a hell of a way to bolster the eco. Keeping those bodies up. Lato just lining them up. He's looking like a pool player out here, playing the angles. Snooker for those of you across the pond. Never been clear on what exactly is billiards versus snooker versus pool.
No, that's lost on me, Mike.
I mean,
I don't know either.
snooker is like about how many times you bounce it or something. I think pool and billiards are the same thing. If I'm wrong, tweet at me. Or tweet, better yet, if I'm wrong, tweet at John. That's twitter.com or x.com or whatever it's called now, /JRT-TV. That's JRT, TV, and then 2 E's on the end of it.
Why are you doing this?
I don't know. I need to know about pool versus billiards, and the people need to let you know.
So I have to relay it to you afterwards.
Yes.
So there's just a middleman being added. Okay.
Please.
Sure. All right.
We need knowledge, John. It's getting late. I need this knowledge. I thirst for it. Yekindar thirsts for a hero AK, so he's bought one. And, to be fair...
Oh, wow.
It's one shot on. Looking for more. What kind of action we got towards lower? It's just Lato.
Incendiary spilled over in a really interesting way there towards ramp. But anyway, yeah, it's just Lato for now. And all they need is Lato. He's got the bomb at his feet. He's going to get surrounded, you'd think, but doesn't matter. Pulls out the pistol. Can he do it against Yakindar? Almost. Yakindar down to 38 HP, 1v2. He clutched it out on Inferno, and now I would say that Liquid would love if he can do it again, but he won't. Nikis pops out as he's trying to plant that bomb. 3rd round found for Legacy.
First time out going to come in here from Mither.
Yep.
Trying to get a little bit more out from this T side. Also trying to figure out this investment, right? Yaki going to be on that techie. But otherwise, they should be able to cook something up here.
By the way, Mike, update that I just noticed here on the other match that was happening. Fluffy Aimers absolutely disposed of Lag 13-4 and 13-3 on Dust 2 and Vertigo. So they will be the opposition for whoever loses here in the lower bracket.
Lotto strikes first. That was just the Tech 9, but still, it was the aggressive play. Out Squeak. Presumably trying to go for a bit of a vent dive. The vent will go undove.
So again, Liquid on the back foot early on, and even more so now. It's Sadzine connecting on the twist
headshot
from Locker. Was it? It looked like
yeah. Look at the health. Twist hit a headshot. That must have clipped just the edge of something.
Yeah, it had to.
Sadzine thanking his lucky stars on 6 HP. Woo!
Maybe clipping the windowsill.
It was either the unbreakable box or the windowsill. But either way, it took just enough pepper off of it. Then now Sadzine can strike again. And bit by bit, they are falling apart. Ultimate trying desperately to give them some numbers back, but might be too little too late. 35 seconds left. That's still so much work to do if they're going to get towards a bomb site. That makes it a little easier, though. Hold on now. Oh, and they're gonna assume that that's pulled players towards A, which it has, to be fair. Might allow them bomb plant. Need the vent rotation here. When do they feel confident? Players already in towards double doors. This should be the shutdown. And despite 2 kills from Naf, there's just not enough time here.
No, he's got time to plant.
Oh, he's gonna stick it down. He's gonna stick it down. It's here from Single. Does he snap around in time? He does indeed. Just in the nick of time. Naf does it all. A sure pair of hands here. And a Liquid 5th.
Wow. I mean, Naf, that 2K, impressive in itself. And then he manages to jump down immediately, grab the bomb, start planting it. Just enough time to get it planted before the aggression comes through from Legacy. And the wherewithal to look in towards Decon and get the last beautiful 3K from Naf. That is what Liquid needed, and they hang on to the lead, extending it back to 2. Legacy, though, they're going to be buying up here because they can afford the op and the M4s. Thing is, Naf has already taken care of Nikis towards outside and doesn't take much damage in the process either. So now a lot more space afforded to Liquid, and they can choose their battles. Great to see Liquid as well finally getting that man advantage early on instead of it flipping the other way. Dumao waiting for the smoke fade. Doesn't work out for him. JKS delivers another frag. 5v3 now. Oh my goodness. The reads here from Liquid are great. I mean, they're just being patient. Barton's almost gone.
Yeah, I mean, there's reads, yes, but then there's also just, okay, we're 5 up in a man advantage. Just sit and wait for them to try and make a play. The desperation is there for Legacy, right? Trying to find a kill, trying to find some sort of push out. So patience is key here, and Liquid are exercising it nicely. In towards Mini they will go on the smoke fade, it seems. This is the reinforced site. This is where the op is. This could be a problem. Uh-oh, Barton has shown exactly why he's down. It's all about Sadzin. But Sadzin, they're so fortunate that didn't land. That looked bang on, and instead 3 players will survive through, and Liquid at the least are bringing an even scoreline out of this half.
I mean, I think that was the second shot Sadzin fired in that engagement where it didn't connect, and it looked like it should have. A little bit rough for him. And Liquid, 6 rounds T-side. That's fantastic, honestly. And if they get anything more, it's phenomenal. And it looks like that could even happen right here because Legacy don't appear very inclined to buy up at all. And in fact, $0 spent. So Liquid, a chance to go up 7-3 here on Nuke. And a run boost. Nice one, in fact. No one's waiting there towards Garage, but Ultimate had the lineup and everything. Well executed. Dumao and the keys waiting here with the rest of their squad. very much leaning towards, I would say, B ramp. Yeah, no one's really on A. That's going to be an easy plant. Uh-oh.
Well, 1 kill outside. Hang on. Hang on. How frisky can we get here with just unarmored pistols? We've seen it before. But we won't see it now. Unless the magic of the 5-7. No 25-35. Just a lonely 5-7. Might find an op, actually. Hang on. What? Ooh.
Did they toss it away, though? I mean...
Surely someone's looking this way. Okay. Ultimate does bring the kill on through. Good damage, but that's just for the stat sheet.
Alrighty. Now Liquid have ensured themselves a lead heading into that second half. Legacy do have the guns coming right back into the swing of things here, as they will post themselves up. Sadzine with the AWP is the leading fragger at 10. Here comes that util. Incendiary thrown pretty deep there by Legacy, but Liquid's not going to be fussed at all. Walking right through it. Sadzine and Lato get the opening frags, though. Ultimate and Yakindar, their victims. And we have a 5v3 just like that for Legacy. Oh, it's pulled right back by Liquid!
Unless... anything but. This is turned on its head. And now they can have a little bit of patience. Naf is down lower. Strong positioning, strong map control from him. The op will, or the bomb rather, will need to be retrieved. Presumably that'll be JKS's job. Twist is enjoying his time on the mini roof. It's a place of fond memories, I'm sure, for Twists. But he's actually going to be the player to go back and get the bomb. Legacy are re-aggressing here. Timing of this is going to get really interesting. There's so much control lower. Presumably they're going to try and link up through ramp, but we've got a squeaky push. I think. No, 2 players down vent. They're anticipating this. They're anticipating this read.
I mean, they could still go A. Feels like they are.
Cleared everything out. Now I've seen absolutely nothing down here. It's a bit of boxing against shadows, but I don't think they realize that players are present. Yeah, not prepared at all. And Barton and Dumal will punish. This bomb not going down. There's just not enough time. The nade will finish it. Twist knows he's given up for dead. And that is a cheeky, timely reposition down the vent. Not a noise cue given up. And Liquid were totally caught unaware.
Yeah, I mean, I understand Naf falling back towards ramp to support his team as they go in towards that B site, but you lose so much potential information back into the site, and that's exactly what happens, right? You have 2 players go into observation or control, whatever you want to call it, and, well, not expected at all by Liquid as a result, and they were just trying to get towards that bomb site. Unfortunate as we go into the 12th round of play, at least unfortunate for Liquid, great for Legacy, as they want to try and get this to a 5th round and prevent Liquid from restoring that 4-round lead. Naki's waiting in garage, staring down towards mid, very deep in that position. Lato and Barton trying to work together here. Oh, this smoke fade could be critical as Barton actually falls away, and, well, he's going to repeat here. JKS could get the opener. He spams Barton down to 33, but can't find the frag, throws the Molotov afterwards, and it will still be a 5v5 after all is said and done with 1:03 left on the clock.
Swinging to the big garage. Neki is ready to check that. So Naf is the first casualty of this final round of the half. Looking to trade it, they will be able to do so, but Lato in the meantime has had his impact. Been such a problem for them in defensive squeak. And that's not going to change. Twists and Yakindar have to break this crossfire. And they will do exactly that at the cost of a whole lot of health, but they're going to give themselves a chance at this round. Dumal the next peak. Oh, the headshot doesn't land, and Dumal is able to finish off both. 5 rounds on for Legacy, but a lead for Liquid takes us to the break. Back we go for our final half of play tonight. One way or another, this will end. You know, I say final half. We could go for more. But it's the second half of our final map of play, shall we say. Liquid with a lead as they head over towards the CT side. Legacy managing to stack one right at the tail moment, but it was far from an ideal defense of Nuke. Still, this is not the Nuke of yore, John.
No,
You
yeah,
get stuff done. STs.
Definitely. It's certainly more effective. You can have more effective T-sides than ever before, at least in the history of Nuke. Neff gonna get Gush down to 21 here. Keeps firing away. He's got Twist supporting him as well, but they just can't get frags. So Legacy gonna take all that space, and Neff has to fall off here.
Look at the presence lower.
There's a lot, but Dumal gets the opening frag.
I mean, they need kills, certainly, and they're not getting any of them, so it doesn't matter how many bodies you have down if you can't hit the headshots, and Dumal has headshots galore. 4 pistol kills to his name, and a 6th round for Legacy.
Wow. A great way for Legacy to open up their T-side. And they're 1 round away from tying things up. Still anyone's map at this point, even though Liquid did have a pretty good T-side. It could have been better. That last round kind of slipped through their fingers. So the 8-4 lead could not be secured. Now, well, Ultimate, he's got the Zeus. Posting up close here towards lobby. I mean, he's second time he's tried this. It was back on Inferno as well at Banana with that Zeus. As it stands, unlikely that Liquid will find victory here, although 3 players are pushing up. In fact, 4 going in towards T-Spawn. They get that one for free? Okay, AK on the ground. JKS going to grab it. And now Liquid, I mean, they obviously know that Legacy have to be heading towards that B site.
Yeah, this is not a secret. It's not a secret. The secret agent mission from Twist. What's he going to do? Open the door. Someone notice. Smoke immediately into it. There's just so little that they should expect from these unarmored pistols. Neckkeys to make sure they hang on to the ramp. It may just become a mission of saving this AK. That seems to be priority numero uno.
Don't mind it.
No, not at all. Maybe they play for some more exits with these USPs, but the AK, its main focus is on staying alive. Oh, here's the thing, though. Nekius is calling his teammates towards him. He's saying, this is safe. And by the might of their guns, it will be.
Alrighty. Well, the AK is the lone survivor, at the very least for Liquid, so they'll carry that through into this round. And now they're going to go for a lighter buy, because I guess they want to try and be conservative with their money. Could have invested a lot more heavily and gotten the M4s out. I suppose they're figuring that these MP9s and the UMP will be enough against the Legacy squad, and if it's not, then they'll have a buy up in the following round with the $2,900 loss bonus. So, okay, see how it pans out for them. Sadzine earning that util immediately in towards Hut. And Lato spamming through said Hut, hoping to connect for some damage. As it stands, a little bit of damage done. Oh, Ultimate trying to catch him off. Lobby Crunch coming through, and Ultimate actually gets the opener here. Continues to push up with Twist and Nap coming in on the other side. Ultimate is gone. They're trying to find another one, and they do. JKS delivering. Sadzine on notice here, down to 30 HP. Throws a nade just to try and chase off Liquid as he's fading away, and Dumao does manage to get one back. But this is very much Liquid coming out and threatening Legacy's positioning.
Yeah, an effective lobby crunch. Maybe sticking around a little too long on it. I don't know if they realized the player was tucked by Squeak, but as it is now, up the vents goes Yekindar. Good damage, but no kill. Twist, though, follows it up. Leaves it into a clutch. JKS spots the elbow. Can't get the kill, though. Netkey is quick on the trigger. And right on the head.
Yeah, JKS may be firing a little bit too early in that situation, but, you know, he felt at least that he had the opportunity to get that frag and win the round for his squad. Still a great job by Twist and the rest of Liquid in a round that, as we mentioned, they didn't invest that much money into. Almost finding an 8 for themselves, and now the full investment will come through. The op, the 3, make that 4 M4s on their side, and Legacy still haven't run the op just yet, but they do have the full AKs available to them. They just want that mobility, and they lose the first, not the second, though. It will be a trade coming through on their side to even out the numbers, but, I mean, Legacy continue to go for these fights in towards lobby. And Liquid trying to stop them in their tracks, but that time, they're rebuffed.
What's being picked up in spawn? Sets up a smoke. Here we go. Smoke's outside. Take some time off the clock to deploy them. But no one's moving behind them. It was definitely a feint. An Ultimate with his nade pop realized that. They headed ramp instead. There's no ramp presence. There is no ramp presence whatsoever. Flashbang in, it might be the tip-off. The Heaven player should have heard that. And so Naf knows they're coming his way. The problem is he has no help. There's no cavalry for this. They'll be flanking the ramp, but Naf has to deliver. Gets the one. Ultimate found a kill elsewhere. JKS and Yekindar now on the scene, but they're wary about giving this up too easily. Sadzin
Cool.
can't quite get to cover, so it all falls to Dumao. By some destroyed double doors, Dumao will try and hold the line. They don't know where he is, but eventually the smoke goes down and the stick is on. Spam attempted, and not so successful. We are all tied up.
All
Team
right,
Ace.
nice. Yeah, very much. Team Ace coming through there from Liquid, as you mentioned, tying it up at 8-8. Like that retake, Liquid going in as a unit, not letting JKS go in by himself. It's all together, making sure that Legacy wouldn't have much of a chance of dealing with that post-plant. And you saw Dumao. I mean, he goes for the spam onto the smoke, but once he doesn't connect with anything, he has to worry about a response on the Liquid side, and, well, he's not ready for it. So, round number 17 is underway here. Legacy do buy up a hero AK that's in Nikiza's hands. Naf going to throw that smoke. Guys off any potential vision, popping it as well. Not going to see anything off of that. As Legacy currently biding their time. One flash available to them to utilize here. It's probably going to be to get out of this smoke. Well, maybe not. Holding on to it is Sadzin. Doesn't even need it. Wow.
AK ringing true. Might just be enough to get them a bomb plant at that. Oh, heavy presence here. This is such an awkward fight. Oh, the pistol's overwhelmed. Barton finds two. This is a catastrophe now. This might just be a save. This likely should be a save. Oh, they're so wary about getting run down. They're so wary about getting overwhelmed, so they are going to back away. One rifle with a set of armor and pistols around it. And Legacy have just cracked through a 9th. These have been the back-breaking rounds for Liquid. Rounds with so little behind them, but just enough firepower to break this setup. Been a few too many of these across the series, and this one could be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Well, I mean, they do get the saved guns there, so it's going to be another buy-up coming through for Liquid. It's getting a little tough for them economically, though, and you see it because NAF can't afford any util at all. Not that will be that big of a deal because everyone else has a full kit on their person, but yeah. Legacy just charging in. Wow, this is going to be tough for Ultimate to deal with. In fact, he does survive, but his teammate goes down on the site proper, and everyone else melts away. It's all down to Naf as Yakinder only gets one. What an aggressive blitz by Legacy onto that A site, and Lato delivering frag after frag.
And now it's absolute ruination. It's absolute destruction. Money gone. Naf having to save double digits on for Legacy. Liquid presumably are going to need to eco around this. And I mean, that means they're going to be staring down 11 rounds, most likely, for Legacy. This is an absolute disaster. Naf, strong enough to hold on to this gun, at least for the moment, though there's nothing hunting him. And okay, Naf will certainly punish them for these hunts. Easily dispatched out, but they don't care. They've got plenty of money to try and close this thing out. All of the onus is on Liquid now, and actually a little more cash than expected. With that saved gun, the temptation might be here to risk it. And they're going to do it. Timeout used. Only their second timeout at that, John.
Yeah.
Still time to change course.
All right, well, like we're going to have to be a little more careful on the spacing. I think that's been one of their problems, just supporting each other, getting those trades out, because Legacy have been just very aggressive in their fights and just a little more effective at winning them, honestly. And everything's looked scrappy on the Liquid side, not only in this BO3, but the one against the Fluffy Aimers as well. So they need to shake off that rust very quickly, especially right here if they want to stay in the upper bracket and find their ticket to the grand final. 4 AKs and the op for Legacy. And on the Liquid side, they can't get the big green up. They just don't have enough money. They will at least have M4s across the board. Util is exceptionally light, so that'll be a problem. You're going to probably see them try to take some fights, maybe go for the lobby crunch again. Sadzine delivering one. No trade in sight. Ultimate is gone. This is another tough start for Liquid. They keep going for these early fights and keep losing them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they feel the pressure, right? They feel the pressure
sure,
to try and shrink
for
this
sure.
map, to try and get some control somewhere, to try and go for a cheeky peek. And in doing so,
there?
they're
Yeah.
giving up the kills. Naf unable to hang on to the even line. They bet a lot on this round. And Legacy are perfectly happy to let them swing, to let them stew. Now they'll start to take this control towards ramp. There's no one to defend. There's no one to contend. It is free and clear for the taking. So as soon as Barton pokes his nose around, they should know that lower is ripe and ready to be picked. Indeed, they will start to suss that out. Diligent as ever. Taking advantage of every possible second on that clock. JKS has dropped lower. Could do something with this. How much does he want to brawl? On fire now. Mows down two. JKS bringing this back under control. Nearly denied that bomb. That's it. That's the time. There's not enough. There's not enough. You can't get this bomb planted. Twist just has to survive. He bails on out. And a lifeline is extended to Liquid. They had no business being in that round. Legacy, so slow. Trying to cross their I's and dot their T's. And in doing so, disaster sneaks in.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable that Liquid are even allowed to win, that stay in that round, not to mention win the round. Yeah. Legacy.
All just one cheeky Justin Savage.
Yeah. It's been an interesting series of CS for both of these squads, but Liquid, looking at their money, that's still a problem, right? And their util is terrible. 2 flashes, a smoke, and a nade. And on the other side, Legacy still had plenty of cash, so they have that significant utility advantage going into this round once more. So it'll be a tough one for Liquid. They're going to have to rely on the guns to carry them forward here and tie things up at 10. Here comes Legacy storming into the A site once more. It worked previously. Let's see if it happens again. JKS does manage to get a trade after the opening frag comes through. And I mean, Legacy are stalled out here. They don't really have the ability to push up, but Barton gives them that path with 2 frags. Now it's a 3v2, and Barton, along with Sadzine, continue to spam away. Now Barton decides to try and plant that bomb. They will secure the plant, and they have the man edge.
And the money's so dire, but yeah, Kindar not going to back away, not going to be cowed. If they had a Molotov, this would be so ideal. That's not to be had. So no ifs, ands, or buts. Just what's going to actually be done. No kits. No kits. Sadzine trying to play the line. They haven't been able to move off the spot. It's all about this brawl. Nap doesn't catch the first. Yekindar can't snap around for the second. 11 rounds. And that money once again right at the edge for Liquid. This might just be Liquid forced to play for overtime. Legacy so close. So close to their home event. So close for a trip back to Brazil.
Should they win here? Still need to beat one more team. It could be Liquid again. But honestly, I assuming that Liquid falls down to that lower bracket, I don't know if it's a foregone conclusion that they'll be able to defeat Fluffy Aimers, who did give them a run for their money as well. Anyway, this one's still not done, but like you said, it feels like the writing might be on the wall here for Liquid, as they only have, what is it, a shotgun? Nova's being purchased up here? No, I think NAF has decided against it. Now it's going to be 3 pistols. Timeout called by Liquid. Right as the round was about to start, they decided to call it. So they're going to talk things over here.
Gotta have a clear idea for how you're going to maximize this.
I guess, yeah.
Single
Sadzine rocking
smoke.
the SG. Interesting.
Oh. When you're an opper, but you want to move a little bit faster.
Yep.
The Creed. What kind of tricks do Liquid have up their sleeve? Time for a magic show, Liquid. You got any? Gotta show it now. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
This is interesting.
Hold on. A little case of pursuit, case of confidence here. The backstab. Yekindar. Going to be able to get it. Rifle picked up. There you go. First blood drawn. Secret denied. Rifle picked up. He didn't see the rest of the party here. Do they suss out it could be heaven? They have to know outside's totally open at this point. Is anyone watching? Nobody is watching. Uh-oh.
That's bad.
Uh-oh. 2 players spotted. Lotto with the discipline and the transfer. And this is a disaster.
Could have been so good, Mike. It could have been so good. They had 3 players on A. No one watching heaven at all. 3 players just focused on Hut and Secret.
I think, actually, because Yekindar followed the one guy down secret, didn't see anyone else, he might have... I mean, it's possible that there was a misread. He didn't really go looking for anyone else. But it's possible that there was a misread, that there wasn't presence outside. Either way, whatever the result, whatever the cause, rather, the result is that Legacy get 3 chances to close this out and secure their spot in the final of this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid won't be eliminated either, like we were talking about before, but still, I mean, these 2 performances so far have left a lot to be desired on their side.
I mean, this would be a substantial upset as well. When we consider rankings, Liquid are sitting at number 7 in the Valve rankings, number 8 in the HLTV. Legacy, meanwhile, number 50 in the Valve ranking, number 57 in the world ranking. This would be a stunning upset. A shocker for sure, and it just requires 1 more round.
Might get it here.
Has found the first. There's the second as well. 3 more kills. All that's required. Yekindar's burning. And with him, Liquid's chances might be going up in smoke alongside. Ultimate's going to try and get frisky here. Someone's got to do something. There has to be some initiative taken. Ultimate, though, can't capitalize. Even with that nade kill, it's just not going to tip the scales. This is overwhelming from Legacy. We could be done before you know it. Naf, though, has other things to say. Still wants to keep on swinging. Still wants to keep on fighting. Detecting this presence. They're going to shift out towards ramp. The bomb must be retrieved. But if it makes it to ramp, the path should be open. And Liquid's trying to make some anticipatory moves.
45 seconds left on the clock here. Legacy moving back in towards A. Yekindar, a chance to do some damage here because no one's coming from Squeaky. Does he realize they're on the site? No, they're just so silent that Yekindar has no idea at all. Eventually now with that Molotov thrown, he realizes the error of his ways. He'll come back in towards Squeaky, but it's probably going to be Lato to flush him out as soon as he heads in this direction. He's waiting for Naf to come in, but Naf in the meantime is down to below half health as well. And now he's dead. It's all up to Yekindar trying to reaggress here from Squeaky. Lato around the corner. He overlooks him. This one's done. Legacy have secured their spot in the grand final of this close qualifier.
That they have. That they have. We said at the beginning, we said this event means a little bit more to Legacy, right? Yeah. This is IEM Rio. This is the marquee event in Brazil this year. And this is a Brazilian squad in Legacy. This one means more. This is the home event. This is a trip back from your time competing in North America to play in front of your friends, your family, your hometown crowd. And they've now made themselves one step away from that achievement. Just one more series will be required of them tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we've gotten, because this is a stunning upset. If you looked at this qualifier, you would have said, and we did say, Liquid should absolutely run through the competition. But this horse, well, it rears up and it's thrown its rider. They are a little bit off track. Still plenty of time to get back, but it's going to take a rematch against the Fluffy Aimers and a rematch against Legacy if Liquid want to punch their ticket to IEM Rio 2024. Meanwhile, Legacy, that was a lot of great play. We saw the individuals, but as a whole, they were getting openers, John, and then they were closing beautifully.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I got to give Legacy credit. Like I said, even though they lost map number 1, they felt like the better team there. Liquid managed to find a way to get it, and after that, they proved to be the better team throughout the remainder of this series, and it felt like Liquid were the ones trying to pick up the pieces. I don't think they responded well to Legacy's slower style of play because they continued to get aggressive. They really didn't want to be patient and wait back, and you saw them always looking to take the fights, and oftentimes it was in desperate situations, so I understand it, but still, they needed to adapt a little bit better, and they didn't. But it gives them some experience going into the grand final should they get there tomorrow after their matchup against the Fluffy Aimers, if they're successful.
We'll have to see. That'll be tomorrow's question, though. For tonight, good night, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.